almost everybody was about 30 years or under. I was probably one of the oldest at 34 in 1975. We had our challenges. One of it was giving time, because we were young and we were junior professionals. We needed approval for everything. We couldn't just fix meetings until after work period. In fact, another challenge we had was, because we were young and a lot of us were working on the rigs and offshore, you could program a meeting, and then the day after you program the meeting, your boss tells you are going offshore, you are going to the rig. But we were able to cope with those. One curious advantage we had at that time was Lagos traffic. Because all of us lived on the mainland and worked on the island, and it took over 2 hours after work to get back to the mainland, we decided that that time was better spent meeting. So that gave us opportunity. You didn't have much excuse to say you are not attending a meeting. Of course, on Saturdays, we met in our houses in Surulere. Now, today's lecture is mainly on long-term funding. NAPE's main business is exploration and production. And exploration and production business, all of us know, is capital intensive. Capital that is not easily available in this country. And it's not easily available to all. There are two groups of people who are in this business, especially in exploration: the IOCs and the indigenous companies. The IOCs haven't been in this business for a long time, have a track record, and have greater access to funds, but mostly foreign, offshore. But the indigenous companies don't have that luck. Most Nigerian companies don't have the capacity, although now they are beginning to grow capacity. And then when you go offshore, the due diligence on you is very strenuous. But that notwithstanding, even though most of the indigenous members haven't spent money to buy the assets, are more interested in development and production. Not much was spent on exploration, but there is time to look at that exploration part of the E&P so that we can grow our reserves. We know we have certain things, certain setbacks, things like the PIB that is taking so long to pass. People want to know under what laws they're investing in this country. We know we have security challenges. The Niger Delta, the cost of our oil per barrel is one of the highest in the world because of security challenges. A lot of companies are spending a lot on hiring gunboats and generally on security. There's also need to lobby for investor confidence. With the oil price going down due to the pandemic, it is not easy to bring in new people. So we, as Nigerians, have to take the bull by the horn. We have to do whatever we can to find more oil. The impact of the virus and the oil price fluctuations are some of the challenges we have to go through. We know that we have panel discussants, two panels, and they will take us through all the expert knowledge with respect to finding funds, long-term funds. So on behalf of those of us who started Lagos Society of Petroleum Geologists and Geophysicists, and those who revived it and changed the name to Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorations, I want to invite you all to enjoy this lecture series and make the best of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your brief notes. For those of you that don't know, our chairman was the former group managing director of the NNPC also. And like I had stated earlier, and as the president has stated, is the chairman for this event, is the chairman for the board of trustees for the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, and is part of the first executive committee of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists. Back then, and his number, and this is for historical purposes and references, his number is 002. So for those of you, sorry, is the first vice president of the executive committee of the first ESCO for NAPE. Now, without much ado, and again, apologies for the technical glitches we had earlier on, it's my pleasure to invite a past president of NAPE. Some of us fondly call him the Jagaban of NAPE. This individual got his fellowship in NAPE in 2011 after several roles in NAPE, including the role in which I hold right now as a former publicity secretary. I now invite Mr. Nosa Omorodion, a fellow of NAPE and a member of the Advisory Council of NAPE. Over to you, Mr. Nosa Omorodion.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Lachi. I believe you can hear me.
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Thank you, Lachi. So my role is going to be very brief. Briefly over the next 3 to 5 minutes, I'll just talk about the origin and history of NAPE. A lot of this has been captured in the welcome address of the chairman, Chief Oyibo. So I'll probably avoid some of the things he has talked about. Sometime in August 1975, August 23 to be precise, a group of young men and a lady gathered at the Federal Palace Hotel to form what was then known as Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists. At that meeting, they elected their first set of executives under the chairmanship or presidentship of Dr. Akomone Otori. In that team also, we had Chief Chamberlain Oyibo as the vice president, Oga Joe Odocha as the secretary, Madam Folusha Ogunsomi as the treasurer, Chief Moses Krager as editor, Dr. Avovo as assistant secretary. The first end of year dinner for the then Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists was held at the Eco Hotel. The very first workshop, which was a 2-day workshop on seismic, was sponsored by SSL, known as Seismograph Seismic Limited, which has transformed today into Western GECO, a company I proudly sit on the board as a director. Joining these young men then to work assiduously to sustain the dream and their vision were the following. I won't be able to mention all the names, but permit me to just acknowledge these few names. Dr. Ebio Mashala, Chief George Okpara, Mr. Femi Akimade, Chief Tele Doku, Alhaji Bayo Lawal, late Reverend Olu Oshewa, Chief Danny Oswald, late Cyril Odu, late Dr. Gbenga Ogunyomi, Dr. Steve Okolo, Mr. Precious Omuku, and the tracker of Dr. Lai Fatana, Mr. Jide Agbabiaka, and Mr. Bayo Akinpelu. As was highlighted by the chairman, the projects had a temporary setback for about 2-3 years of hiatus. But later, the trial of Mr. Akinpelu, Mr. Agbabiaka, and Dr. Fatana got the project back on track. They renamed Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists to become Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, NAPE, and then went on to host many of the association's first events, which today has become what has defined the association. It was during that period they triggered off the annual conference and the pre-conference workshop. They are resilient to sustain the dream of the then young dreamers and their tested ideas has catapulted NAPE today to become the biggest and the largest society of professional geologists and earth scientists in Africa. Some of the typical challenges they had then, as has been said, included funding, acceptance, meeting venues. The bulk of the meetings were hosted either at the then Gulf or Exxon or the then Mobil Producing, because they were all located within Tinubu Square. They had a vision and a passion to create an association that will become an association that everybody will be proud of. I can only sum up the vision and the drive and the passion of the founding fathers and the young dreamers in the words of Benjamin Mays, who wrote, and I quote, "I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it. I didn't seek it, I didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give account if I abuse it. Just a tiny minute, but eternity is in it." To the resilience of the young dreamers and the trackers that bettered NAPE, the 1 minute they had has given birth to what today, an association today we are all very proud of. So without taking much of your time, I just want to applaud the vision of the founders. And today NAPE has grown in leaps and bounds. It has become an association we are all proud of. And I'm sure that the next set of generation that will take NAPE to 50, 60, 70, 80 years will definitely strive to grow this beyond, this vision beyond where it has gotten to today. Thank you very much, Latif. I hand over back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Nosa Moredian. And now we present to you the video we've called The Origin or the Genesis. Please, production team, let's have the Genesis video. Thank you. Happy viewing, everybody.
A bright young earth scientist journeyed from Africa across the Atlantic to America in search of knowledge. What he discovered was far better. Seated in a meeting of the Society of Exploration Geologists in Dallas, he saw business and pleasure in an artistic blend among scientific professionals. In that moment, he knew he had found vision. Upon returning home to Lagos, Nigeria, he could only find a handful of people to partner with his vision. Many months passed before he finally convinced 9 colleagues to join him at the Federal Palace Hotel one August day for the inaugural meeting of the Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists. The year was 1975, and the visionary was Akomeno Oteri. Co-sailing the Society's fledgling ship beside the young president were fellow geologists Chamberlain Oyibo, Vice President, Jonas Odocha, Secretary, and Akpoyuike Owo, Assistant Secretary. Together, their expedition to further social and technical interaction among professional colleagues began.
I'm Dr. Akomeno Oteri. I'm a geologist of about 48 years experience. I started my working career as a geologist with Mobil Producing Nigeria, where I worked for 4 years. And during that period, I spent a year in Dallas, Texas, undergoing training as a geophysicist.
My name is Chief Chamberlain Oyibo. I'm a geologist, as is obvious. 79 years old. Right now, I'm the chairman of the board of trustees of NAPE. Initially, I was vice president when we started. Then I became the second president of the society. And I've been a member. Sometimes not quite active, especially when we started. We were Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists, so we're based in Lagos.
I am Sir Jonas Odocha, a retired Group General Manager of the NNPC, a fellow of NAPE, a fellow and past National President of the NMGS, and currently an energy, environment, and safety consultant, and also a farmer.
My name's Olon Teledukum. I was team geologist for Shell, and I retired in 1996. So I'm a pensioner. I'm living in Lorraine.
I am Mrs. Ogunsanmi Oyekpeju Mofoluwasho, ex-Shell Petroleum. I didn't feel anything strange about my being the only female member of the founders. I was so enthusiastic and excited that we could start an association of our own that will grow to be like the AAPG, that I didn't even have time to think that I am different from the others. My main role was in seeing that technical meetings were well organized and prepared for.
My name, Akpo Awowo. I'm a geologist, retired geologist.
My name is Joseph Jedawe. I'm a geologist, of course, graduated from Ibadan in '69. I did my PhD in Moscow in '74.
My name is Ebio Mashola, born some post 70 years. Went to primary school in Lagos, secondary in Lagos, tertiary in the West, UI, and then went abroad for postgraduate.
My name is Akin Ogunjulugbe. Most people call me Akin. I attended CMS Grammar School, Bariga, Lagos, and the University of Ibadan. Graduated in the geology and joined the NNOC, the precursor of NNPC, in 1973.
While I was on the year training in Dallas, Texas, it was we were working in the office, the MEPC office, the technical office of Mobil Mobile Corporation then. And our colleagues here in MEPSI, we were members of the Dallas Geophysical Society, and they took us along to the monthly conferences. And that was where I was introduced to the meetings of the Dallas Geophysical Society, their workings where they were holding monthly meetings, dinners, and giving lectures, listening to technical presentations. And that really excited me, made me join SCG and got interested in having such an association in Nigeria. And while there, where I was there with some colleagues like Victor Yofo, Alaji Bayo Lawal, and also Ikeako. So during that time, we were brainstorming and saying, look, this type of thing is good, we have it in Lagos, in Nigeria. Because at that time in Lagos, all the oil companies, the exploration companies, had their headquarters in Lagos. Most of them were in Lagos Island, with a few in VI, in Victoria Island. And therefore, it was a small community of people. And most of us attended the same universities, University of Ibadan. Most of them were graduates of that university. Then even those who were not from Ibadan, because we were all together within a small space of area, there was this camaraderie among ourselves. So when I got back to Nigeria in 1975, I went to Dallas in 74. We returned to Nigeria in 75. When I now got back, I now started talking to my colleagues in Mobile and those in Chevron, which used to be Gulf at that time, and the other companies like Texaco and all that. And I sensitized them that, look, see the experience we had in Dallas, Texas, and actually not only in Dallas, Texas, it was common in the US then. You had geophysical societies in Houston, Denver, and other cities where there was a lot of oil activity.
We were quite a number that played different roles, but it's important to note that when Dr. Akomeno Oteri returned from Dallas, while we were all working in Mobile, and he brought up the idea of forming a professional society. Those of us, his colleagues, were very, very enthusiastic. And we sat around and thought of how to get this across to quite a number of our professional colleagues. Incidentally, it fell on me to design the questionnaire to reach out to other professionals in the other oil companies on their support for this idea.
I was the publicity secretary for NAPE, and I guess they gave me the #2 serial role because of the way I galvanize people to attend meetings. You know, in those days, we used to hold meetings clandestinely because the establishment didn't give us free hand. Most management of our companies then saw us as radicals who wanted to just form a union. But at the end of the day, we are very pleased at the outcome of NAPE's fortunes today.
I saw it was spearheaded by this young man, Ako Oteri, and he had this passion for it, and I said I was going to join. So we joined, and then I don't know how the first elections went, but I said I wasn't going to be president. Ako should be president. I don't know whether I nominated him or somebody nominated him, but I was ready to back him. So I became the first vice president.
I delve into history. In 1975, Akomeno Oteri returned from what you call attachment with Mobile, or what you call cross-posting in Shell. He returned in 1975. He was basically oscillating between Houston and Dallas. And he noticed that there was a Houston Geological Society, which was basically serving the oil industry. So when he returned in '75, he came with this idea that we should be able to set up or form a society here where geologists from the various companies will interact and share ideas as to how to improve on exploration. So the idea caught on. We had our first informal meeting. I think it was in Shembaso Ibo's house in Surulere. I may be wrong, but I think it was in Chambers' house. So when we met, informal meetings, the name came up that we should call the society Lagos Association of Geologists and Geophysicists.
I think it was a few young men who were passionate about geoscience, and they just wanted to have a group that will look after their interest. So we were having meetings sometimes in people's office, NNPC's office sometimes, at Adams. Gradually, we formed a core, which, what's his name? The first, when Oteri came in and became the first guy who put together a society of geologists and geophysicists, I think, if I remember. And that's how, because geophysics really at that time was primarily related to oil and gas. So that's how NAPE primordial evolution started and grew to what it is today, 45 years after.
Well, NAPE is came up by the thinking of one of our good friends who was with me in the University of Ibadan, Akomeno Oteri, that's his name. So he's actually NAPE #1. He was the one that brought us all together. So he just felt that we needed a platform to bring together geologists and geophysicists. And in fact, it started as Society of Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists. It was later we found out that we needed to coin a more suitable name, and that was how we changed it to Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists.
There were problems, two problems, basically. And the first problem was with NNGS, because they saw it as a rival society. But we diffused that tension by pointing out to them that the Geological Society of America has various divisions, the Mineralogy Division, name it. So that sort of settled, it made them feel a bit more comfortable. Although there was this fear that the oil industry will be the major donor for the society, and that will rob them of what they normally get from the oil companies. We also pacified them by telling them that we are not setting up the society to displace them, but to supplement what they are doing. Then the second problem was the nomenclature. Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists. We should realize that the epicenter of the oil industry, even though the companies were domiciled here, the headquarters was not here, but in the field, in the Delta area. And two cities stood out very well. Warri, which took off during the Civil War because most of the companies in the East moved to Warri. And then Port Harcourt, where Shell was deeply entrenched. So with that, we needed now to change the nomenclature. It's no longer a Lagos thing. And that was where the name NAPE, Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, came up.
I think the thing with geology is, I think we need to, first of all, as geologists, you should be very practical. Going to the field, and when you see a rock, you describe it as it is. I would say for myself that NAPE has overmet the expectations. I never ever expected that NAPE will be where it is now. The boundaries where NAPE has reached were never things that I ever thought of or dreamt of.
I would like to see a little more focus on the technical side of NAPE.
A human being, when he's 45, is called middle age. That means it's the last opportunity you have to change career, to change your view, because by that time you probably are married, most likely. You have kids, and you're looking after the kids and your wife and making sure that they survive the environment which they are growing in. So for me, NAPE is at middle-aged. But then, some people retire at 45 to start a new life. Some of us left our original companies and moved on and to start a new life. And that new life probably can lift you up or can bring you down. It depends on how you manage it. So for me, it is the management and the vision of NAPE that could drive it to sustain itself and remain relevant. The word is relevant 40 years or 45 years from now. I wouldn't be here, like I said, but you younger people who may be here should strive to improve, not only technologically, but also vision-wise, because you have to have a vision of, would you be relevant 40 years from now as geoscientist in NAPE, or would you just fizzle out? What would the world look like 40 years hence in terms of energy, since the product that you source for is primarily used to create energy? Would you still be relevant 40 years hence? Or should NAPE gradually evolve to an association of energy geoscientists and not petroleum geoscientists? And again, do you want to lose your acronym NAPE if in 40 years you are still there? Or do you want to just say, okay, Nigerian Association of Petroleum and Energy Scientists? You need to think. That thought is not for me. I'm of the old school. On our way out, the next generation must ensure that NAPE continues to be relevant to the society and to the world.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. That was fantastic. We just heard from the legends and founding fathers, founding members of our association. It is clear and almost impossible to separate the history and formation of NAPE from the Nigerian society, especially considering the fact that the oil and gas upstream sector contributes to more than 85% of the revenue of the country. Invariably, it is only but appropriate to invite the steward of the national oil company of the country, and by default, National Oil Company of Africa. I invite the 19th Group Managing Director of the NNPC, Mr. Mele Kolo Kiari. Good morning, sir, and over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished audience, fellows of NAPE, the leadership of NAPE, my mentors who I can see many have logged in, who taught us to be geoscientists. And today we are here by Providence leading the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. I must say that NAPE has come of age. I was a member since 1991, but that's very new for very many of my elders and my mentors who are on this land. So thank you very much for NAPE for mentoring us and for bringing us up. But more importantly today, ladies and gentlemen, my senior colleagues, this industry is very challenged. Every forecast shows that oil could be irrelevant in 40 to 50 years' time. Not completely irrelevant, but in the best of forecasts, the continuous significance of oil is certainly challenged. It means that today, oil being found in very many locations that we never thought could happen has to be monetized very quickly. In our case in Nigeria, this is the time to quickly monetize the resources that we have so that it can create the immediate value both in the liquids and in petroleum and gas resource, particularly into domestic market. And doing that means, we need to do more exploration work quickly. And that's why the challenge also comes, because with the COVID-19, even pre-COVID-19, there are a number of issues that have hindered exploration work, particularly in terms of financing. And that financing is now more challenged. The forecast is that in coming 2 years, we will still have issues around financing and investment in the oil and gas industry. Despite that, we do need to sit back and say, what can we do today? How can we increase our reserves? How can we monetize the existing reserve as quickly as is possible so that we can create a new value? And then coming to what one of our founding members have just mentioned, that what exactly are we trying to do in the next 30 to 40 years? Are we going to be energy geoscientists or energy geologists or energy specialists or any name that we'll call it? But it means that we have to transit to somewhere different where our relevance will be sustained, where finding oil in different forms or monetizing them in different means becomes the main thing to focus on. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I know that the future is great, but it does need more science, more automation, more modernization of our thought process, including our thought process, not just our equipments and our facilities, but even our thought process requires modernization. That will take us to the promised land, which is the land where geoscientists could still look back and say, yes, we have a relevance in this place. And finally, for us in the National Oil Company, we're doing very many things today to make sure that that environment, that space is expanded. People go back to exploration work and also to produce oil once it is found. Today, we have significant reserves everywhere, both gas and oil. Our level of monetization is such that we could still be having oil in the next 50 years that will produce at current level. So we need to take our acts up to see as we replace the reserves through exploration, we're also able to quickly monetize and benefit from it. And that combination will convert us to the energy geoscientists or energy scientists that one of our founding members has suggested. And this we can't do except we focus on the middle level, particularly young people who are coming into the industry. They are a different breed. Their requirements are different. What they need to do today in terms of science, and in terms of automation, in the science of the internet and so on, which were absent 30, 40 years when we joined NAPE, we'll have to focus on them. We need to develop them so that ultimately the energy scientists that we look forward to having in the next 20 to 30 years will materialize. Finally, as fellow of NAPE, I'm here available at any time to support NAPE in its growth trajectory and to develop the young people in particular and to deliver value to all of us, including our shareholders. Otherwise, thank you very much, Nosa and the team. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you very much, Mr. Mele Kolo-Kyari, the 19th Group Managing Director of the NNPC. It is clear that we are working amongst rock stars who are, as those common folks call them, geologists, petroleum geologists. At this point, again, it is my honor to invite one of our own, a fellow of NAPE, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Amni Petroleum Development Company, Mr. Chief Dr. Tunde Afolabi. Is our keynote speaker for the day. Chief Dr. Tunde Afolabi, member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and a fellow of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorations. As we wait for him, it's good to also note that Chief Dr. Afolabi has been a very, very, very active member of NAPE, not just in support as his role as a CEO, but active in the executive committee. And in our conversations offline, he calls NAPE one of his babies because he has been a member of NAPE for about a decade, for about 2 decades, actively in different roles in the executive committee. Can we have Chief Tunde Afolabi now?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. How's the weather over there in Houston?
Well, it's 5 a.m. in the morning, so it's sort of cool. I have some slides. I'm not so sure whether they will be able to project them or not. But there are some slides that I have sent in to follow this speech. But
your slides are there live, sir.
Thank you very much.
I hope you can see them, sir.
I can, thank you.
Over to you.
So I give honor, glory, and adoration to the Almighty Father who preserved our lives and saved us all from the pandemic COVID-19 infections. We thank him for allowing us to be present here today to celebrate this 45th anniversary of our esteemed association, NAPE. We ask that you guide us through our celebrations today in Jesus' mighty name. I recognize our special guest of honor, His Excellency Mohammed Sanusi Bakindo, OPEC Secretary General. The guest of honor, our own engineer, Mele Kolo Kiari, GMD of NNPC. The chairman of the occasion, Chief Chimbale Oyibo, FNAPE, Chairman, NAPE Board of Trustees, and CEO, Prime Energy. The Director and CEO of DPR, Engineer Saki Awalu, a guest of honor. I would like to thank also the President of NAPE, Mr. Alex Nachi Taka, FNAPE, and the chief host of this occasion, who, along with his executive council, selected me to be the keynote speaker at this event. I thank all the organizers, participants in the panel discussion, all NAPE fellows, members, invited guests, and ladies and gentlemen of the press. And of course, our honoree, Dr. Akomenu Oteri, FNAPE. Good morning. My assigned topic of discussion this morning is long-term and sustainable funding of E&P business in Nigeria, strategies for sustainability. I will blame any inadequacies in this presentation on the 15 minutes time slot that I am assigned. This presentation will be broken down into 3 sections. The first section is the historical perspective from 2000 to 2020. And under that topic, I will discuss the era of the IOCs, the advent of independent companies called indies. I don't think they're marginal field producers anymore. Reserves by players, production profiles over the last 20 years. And the third item will be the price fluctuations and effects on exploration and production activities. Fourth will be the sourcing of funds by both the IOCs and indies, international sources, local sources, and the impact on success and failure of indies. And then I will conclude with a way forward. In year 2000, 90% or more of all the oil and gas licenses in Nigeria were held by the IOCs. The rest were either unassigned or held by a sprinkle of independents, which is shown by the slide that you have on now. The next slide shows that by year 2020, about 75% of the oil and gas licenses in Nigeria are held by the IOCs, while the rest are held by the Indies or unassigned. The independents came into being courtesy of some tenacious Nigerians with the undying support of the then Minister of Petroleum Resources, Professor Jubril Aminu, when the concessionary block award was approved by the government of General Ibrahim Babangida. Slide 5. The independence production capacity covered around 2% of the nation's total output until the divestment exercises between year 2013 and 2016, when several onshore assets with reserves ranging from 200 million barrels to 1.2 million barrels were divested, and a new class of independent producers emerged, with some with daily production surpassing 70,000 barrels of oil per day. The determining factor in the health and well-being of the oil and gas industry is the price of crude oil. The slide 6 shows the vicissitudes of the oil industry over a 20-year period, 2001 to 2020. Between 2002 and 2005, oil prices hovered from a low of $18 per barrel to as high as $40 per barrel. From 2005 to 2008, oil rose from $40 per barrel to the great old days, not the good old days, the great old days of $132 per barrel oil. This was followed by the 2008 crash, when oil prices plunged by more than $90 per barrel to a low of $40 per barrel. The good days returned in 2009 by the turnaround of global economic recovery that lasted till 2014. During this period, oil enjoyed a robust average crude price of $100 per barrel. By May 2014, we experienced another crash when oil prices plunged to $50 per barrel and did not stop its free fall until it reached $30 per barrel. By September 2015, oil prices started its recovery, and by 2018 had reached another milestone of $80 per barrel. Oil prices hovered between $80 per barrel and $60 per barrel until February 2020, when oil took a nosedive to below $18 per barrel. Slide 7 shows the capital spend of the oil industry between 2010 and 2019. Capital spend of the oil industry is highly influenced by the robustness of oil prices. The previous slide we saw showed that between 2009 and 2015, when oil prices were averaging about $100 per barrel, the Nigeria oil industry was spending an average of $18 billion per annum. But between 2016 and 2019, when the prices of oil fell to an average of $60 per barrel, capital spend during the same period fell to an average of $7.5 billion per annum. The next slide, the number of exploration and appraisal wells drilled in Nigeria between 2010 and 2019 closely mirrored the level of capital expenditure. In 2010, 2011, 2012, and especially 2013, the number of exploration and appraisal wells drilled were significantly higher than the previous years and the following years. The next slide shows that this reflects proven crude reserve growth between 2010 and 2016. Again, this mirrored the price or the price of oil during that period. The crash of 2015 significantly affected the reserves growth from 2017 and beyond. The next slide shows that the only aberration, this is the only aberration which I can find in the statistics of Nigerian oil industry activities, which is the production slide, which started in 2010 to 2016. One would have expected that as exploration and appraisal activities grew and crude oil reserves grew, so will production activities. But that is not the case. And I hope you guys are paying attention to this slide. Hopefully, someone in the audience may have an idea what was going on at this time. It is too early to tell what effect the crash of crude prices in February, March 2020 will have on the industry in the coming years. One thing is for certain: capital spend in 2020-2021 will be significantly reduced, which will reduce spending on exploration and production activities. Strategies for sustainability. By Q4 2019, oil prices were getting restless when $60 barrel oil was looking unsustainable. Year 2020 started with some optimism that things might turn around, with $55 per barrel average Brent in January and February. In fact, at the point in January, we had $70 per barrel oil. Then came COVID-19. From nowhere, the whole world was caught flat-footed. Before the end of Q1, oil prices have crashed from $60 per barrel in January to $18 per barrel by the end of March. The world was awash with oil, with over 100 million barrels of homeless oil. Tankers on the high seas were being used for emergency storage because refineries were full to capacity. The next slide will show the Brent daily graph from January 2020 to March 2020. The first people to feel the impact of this free fall in oil prices in the Nigerian oil and gas industry were, number one, the federal government of Nigeria through NNPC, whose revenue fell by more than 70%, and two, the independent oil producers, whose incomes come from near marginal field operations income and live from month to month and from hand to mouth, and at the mercies of their bankers. Some were lucky to have hedged early, but none was spared the agony of budget balancing. Oil men became finance strategists overnight. Sourcing for funds by both the IOCs and the Indies. This next slide shows that in Nigeria, funding problems for E&P oil and gas companies have been brewing for a number of years. The traditional source of funding for the oil and gas industry, and I'm intentionally dropping out the E&P part of the industry because facilities granted by banks to the marketers of petroleum products such as AGO and PMS marketers are included in the count of what was given to the oil and gas sector, which will amount to 50% of the total facilities granted to the new proverbial oil and gas industry, which can be seen on slide 13. On the slide, we find that the IOCs generally are self-funding for their E&P activities, equities, while they borrow from local banks, mostly Naira, for sundry services like staff salaries and emoluments, and contractors Naira portion of their invoices, among other things. However, we find out that the independents depend mostly on local bank financing and very little on shareholder equities. Therefore, the ones who feel the impact of crude oil price collapse in their businesses are the independents. Between 2014, when the industry suffered a major price collapse, and 2019, even at $60 per barrel oil, credit from banks to the oil and gas industry dropped from a high of $12.5 billion in 2014 to a low of $9.5 billion in 2019, a whopping 24% fall in available credit. One factor that has exacerbated the credit crunch for the independents from the local banks was CBN. Sectoral limitation, that is, how much of a bank's portfolio can be allocated to a particular industry, which have been falling from a high of 28% in 2014 to a low of 22% in 2019. Meanwhile, the product markets and the IOC Naira demand drastically reduced what eventually was available to the independents for the E&P operations at often quite high financing costs. Way forward. In 2020, there are at least 13 independent oil and gas companies with reserves of almost 4 billion barrels of oil and producing close to 500,000 barrels of oil per day. If these reserves are to be developed at an average cost of $5 to $10 per barrel, the companies will require between 20 to 40 billion US dollars. The top 10 Nigerian banks all together gave a total of about 5.5 billion in loans to the Nigerian oil and gas industry, including the marketers. The next slide will show that as the new players, so this next slide is blank because they have not announced to us yet the names of those who have been cleared to participate in the upcoming marginal field bids. So as these new players are added to the independent producers list, hopefully with more reserves, they too will require funds to appraise, develop, and produce their newly acquired assets. There are numerous proposals on a way forward, which I hope the panelists will debate. But I will put only one recommendation forward. It is imperative for government to encourage licensing a purely oil and gas bank with significant subscription to the shares of the bank by the government. An oil and gas focused bank will understand the market fundamentals of and the rudiments of running an oil and gas exploration and production company. The next slide shows the forecast for the future. 2021 to 2023 takes us from the bad in 2020 to the worst in 2021 and back again to the bad in 2023. Similar story is told by the industry forecast for the growth of crude oil prices going forward. It is very dependent on new production development, especially in the deep water. If the past is the key to the future, we take one look at slide 6, the slide that is showing right now, and focus on events in the oil price recovery from the 2001 price collapse, the very first, dip on the slide, to 2005, before we climb back to $50 a barrel. That is a period of 4 years. Recovery to high prices might take longer or never, as the industry competes with the challenges of low carbon emission demands for climate change in mitigation. In conclusion, Nigeria independent oil and gas producers currently account for 25% of production of the total national output. We have not disappointed the government in domesticating the art and skill of oil and gas exploration, development, and production. It will be a shame if we do not do all in our power to assure the survival of the independence. Any providing required funding services that will support sustainable growth. There are several other mitigating options that can be considered, and I'm once again leaving this to the panel to discuss. Most of them will probably require that the laws are changed, but for one that does not require much of interference from legal constitutional challenges, I believe this proposal that we seriously consider an oil and gas bank should be put into serious consideration. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Chief Dr. Tunde Afolabi, for your excellent keynote address. A lot of food for thought, several highlights and high notes. Like I mentioned earlier, 2 decades ago, Chief Dr. Tunde Afolabi was not just a member of the executive of NAPE, he was actually the president of NAPE. So you can tell why he was the president then and why he's one of the icons of the industry. Some of the things he has mentioned and is important to note is the fact that based on what he has submitted, just the independents require about $20 billion to go ahead and mature some of the reserves that they have currently. For context, the current budget of the country at the new foreign exchange rate of 386, with an expenditure outlook of about 10.3 trillion naira, is about between 26 and $28 billion. Invariably, if we were to pour our money, we don't even have enough money to support the independents in carrying out the maturity of the reserves that they have. And the independents don't even account for the full spectrum of the value chain of the oil and gas industry. Without finance, there is no business. It's clear that the next section of this virtual event by NAPE, the panel discussion, is very, very important as we dive further into the conversation around the long-term funding of the exploration and production business in Nigeria. It is now my pleasure to invite another fellow of NAPE, someone who has over 32 years of experience in the oil and gas industry. Even though he's a geologist, a winner of the CNN It's my pleasure to invite Mr. Tony Akiosho, publisher, African Oil and Gas, and the moderator for this event. the panel discussion section. Mr. Tony Akiosho, are you there?
Can you hear me, please?
Now I can hear you, sir.
Oh, okay. I thought the muting was going to be taking place on the other end. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Latin. Yes.
Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Congratulations, congratulations, NAPE, for 45th anniversary. Congratulations, Chief Tunde Afolabi, for turning 70 this year. I have a very significant set of panelists this morning. Chief Afolabi has thrown a lot of challenges our way, but it started as early as when the chairman was giving his opening speech. He did make the point that financing was a key challenge in the oil industry. And Chief Afolabi has gone forward to explain why we cannot see robust prices in the next 10 years. As a matter of fact, by 2028, by his projection, I mean, after we may have recovered around 2023, 2024, we should be looking for another downer in pricing. So that's the kind of challenge that, faces the audience, the panelists that I have, but I have a very solid group. Without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and provide a bit of context by reading very short bios of the panelists this morning. I have Dr. Lai Fatono, who is a fellow of NAPE, who is an entrepreneur petroleum geologist with over 46 years of oil industry experience, who is the managing director of Niger Delta Group of Companies, who is also executive vice chairman of the board of ND Western. He graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Ibadan in 1973 in the class of 1973 that have essentially dominated the leadership of NAPE in its 45 years. That group of Ibadan 1973 class have provided 5 presidents in our 45-year history. Dr. Fatono went on to earn both MSc in 1976 and a PhD in 1980 in petroleum geology and sedimentology from the Royal School of Mines, Imperial College of Science, Technology and Medicine, University of London. As a pioneer of the concept of marginal oil fields development, he brought into production as chief executive of NDPR, the Ogbele field, which 15 years later remains one of the few producing marginal oil and gas fields in Nigeria. You're very much welcome to this panel, Dr. Fatono. Mrs. Orishemeyiwa Amanorishewo Eyeson is the general manager is the group general manager planning and strategy for the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. She was awarded Bachelor of Science degree, combined honors in economics education in 1986 from the University of Benin. Mrs. Eyeson joined the services of the NNPC as material traffic officer. Her articulate mind and savvy organizational ability was soon to single her out, and in March 2004, she was moved to NAPIMS as a supervisor in the planning division. In June 2007, she was posted to NIPEX as the acting deputy manager. Again, she distinguished herself as a pioneer in that capacity. She was redeployed to the planning division of NAPIMS as a substantive deputy manager, economics and decision support, where once again her dint of hard work strongly recommended her for a higher managerial position. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Mrs. Eyisan to the panel. Professor Uchenna Uwaleke holds a BSc in degree in accounting, MSc in economics, and a PhD in finance. He's a chartered banker, stockbroker, and a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He's a financial economist and a professor of capital market at the Nasarawa State University, Kefi. At various times, Professor Uwaleke was head of banking and finance department, as well as the director of quality assurance. He's the current president of the Association of Capital Market Academics of Nigeria and the chairman of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Abuja branch. The fourth gentleman on the panel is also an ex-president of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, Mr. Austin Avuru, a fellow of NAPE, attended Catholic Primary School in Abi in Delta State and proceeded to nearby Orogun Grammar School for his secondary education, where he was retained by the school to teach mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology at a young age of 17. Mr. Avuru subsequently went to University of Nigeria, Nsukka, to study geology. He started his working life in NNPC, where he did his NYSC stint and was retained as a geologist in the then Exploration and Exploitation Division. He had a brilliant 12-year career in NNPC from 1980 to 1992. He took early retirement in 1992 as Assistant Chief Petroleum Engineer to join Allied Energy Resources, a startup indigenous deepwater operator. In 2002, Mr. Avuru assembled an array of industry professionals to form Platform Petroleum Limited. Mr. Avuru's team at Platform worked with Sheba Exploration and Production Company to form Seplat in 2009. Subsequently, Seplat acquired a 45% interest in 3 blocks from Shell, Total, and Ajib, and which has led them to where they are today. Seplat is a London and Nigeria Stock Exchange listed company producing over 70,000 barrels of oil a day. Mr. Charles Egbunonwo is a chartered accountant and an authorized dealing clerk of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. He's presently the managing director of Forthright Securities and Investments Limited. He holds a bachelor's degree in economics from Olabisi Onabanjo University. He worked as a senior consultant with professional accounting firm of Kunle Fagumre & Co. He also had a brief stint with UBA Stockbrokers Limited. During his career, Mr. Egbunonwo worked as head trade execution with Securities Africa Financial Limited, a South African company. Mr. Egbunonwo is, just a second, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know where that background sound is coming from, but I mean, can everybody try as much as possible to reduce the ambient noise Can the production center try to reduce the ambient noise of the center, please? Mr. Egbonowo is a senior finance executive with over 15 years of experience covering audit, financial analysis, consultancy, and securities trading. And he has been involved in a number of capital raising and listing exercises on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Prior to joining Forthright Securities and Investment Limited, he served as managing director of AfriInvest Securities Limited. We welcome Mr. Egbonowo. The sixth on the panel today is Professor Koyinshola Ajayi. Professor Ajayi is a leading senior advocate. He's a managing partner at Olaniwun Ajayi Law Partners. His expertise spans the disparate yet connected fields of litigation and transactional work, and has 40 years experience in banking, project finance, capital markets, power, infrastructure, mergers and acquisition, energy and natural resources, privatization and dispute resolution. Professor Ajayi played a key role in the Nigerian banking sector reforms and the recent power sector privatization. Recent as in, we sold those power plants 7 years ago. He represents a wide range of clients in domestic and cross-border commercial disputes. Professor Ajayi led the team that advised on the largest single financial transaction in Nigerian financial history. That should be NLNG. The seventh and the last and this may be when they say you save the best from the last, is Professor Charles Ofuegbu, who is a geologist. He attended the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where he obtained his bachelor's degree. He proceeded to the University of Durham, UK, for his PhD in applied geophysics in 1982. He completed both his MSc and PhD in less than 3 years. After an initial stint in NNPC as a geophysicist, Professor Ofuegbu moved over to academia. He's presently a professor of geophysics and director, Institute of Geoscience and Earth Resources, NSUK, KEFI. That's Nasarawa State University, KEFI. Professor Charles Ofuegbu is a fellow and member of several international and national professional bodies, a few of which include Society of London, Geological Society of London, he's a fellow, Royal Astronomical Society, he's a fellow, Nigerian Institute of Physics, he's a fellow of Nigerian Institute of Physics, he's a fellow of Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society. He's a life member, Society of Exploration Geophysicists, and is a professional member, SPE, SME, and NAPE. He's also an Alexander von Humboldt Fellow. So this is a very distinguished group, and I'll just go ahead because we've taken a bit of time, just merely reading the bios. So what do we expect? We've been told that we need an oil and gas bank. So I want to start off, I like that NAPE puts his best foot forward. So I want to start with Dr. Lai Fatono. He has 6 minutes. Dr. Fatono, thank you for agreeing to participate. And the panel is about long-term funding of E&P business in Nigeria. Your company, ND Western, has had a good fortune to increase its natural gas production in the last 2 months to close to 400 million standard cubic feet per day, right in the heart of COVID-19 season. Natural gas is not something you produce and store, so your production figure indicates that there are off-takers. That means tons of money coming into the company's account. That brings me to the question, is natural gas your long-term revenue source over crude oil? ND Western, which you run, received a $1.5 billion facility. Which you run, is in joint venture partnership with MPDC, which has just received a $1.5 billion facility for its projects. So that money will fund some of the JV projects of which ND Western should benefit. As a citizen of Nigeria, do you see that kind of borrowing, paying back with crude oil, as a sustainable way of funding investments?
Apologies, Mr. Toyin.
Yes.
Could you speak a little louder? Also, we would like you to put on your video and the other panelists. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Apologies for that. When we started out this morning, I noticed that the videos were cramped by the production center. So I didn't know that we could put on our videos ourselves. So yes, so this is me. This is how I look. Am I clearer now? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I was giving the very first question to Dr. Fatono, and I'd asked him about, two things, whether the company that he runs sees natural gas as his long-term revenue source over crude oil. And the second thing that, considering that MPDC and NNPC MPDC went to the capital market to raise $1.5 billion to actually fund production and will pay back with crude oil, 30,000 barrels of oil a day. Is that kind of borrowing, that kind of payback a sustainable way of funding investments in the country? And then I know that Niger Delta Petroleum Resources had wanted to list on the Nigerian Stock Exchange as far back as 2011, and it's not still listed. Has it discarded the idea of listing because that is a way of raising funds? And if it is, what are the options that he has for long-term funding? As an industry veteran of 48 years, that's the third question. And I just hope that Dr. Fatono just, responds to this in this very tight 6 minutes that he has. Finally, as an industry veteran of 47 years, what does he suggest should be the main long-term funding for Nigeria's, is it high private sector funding, stroke minimal, some kind of framework of funding? Is it high private sector funding, stroke minimal government funding? Is it debt instruments? Is it partially listed NNPC? What is his take on the debate that NNPC should sell down equity in JV? And if his choice is yes, then to whom should NNPC equity be sold? Dr. Fatono, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Tony. First of all, good afternoon to everybody. Or is it still morning? I think it's still morning. And I want to start by saying best wishes always to the executive of NAPE. And quite refreshing that we are all even here at a very, very most difficult time for the industry, for the country, for the world, and still celebrating NAPE. So I'll go quickly to your questions. The first, you talk about off-takers for gas. Yes, we are producing close to 400 million scopes of gas a day. The production from Oil 34 JV, thankfully to our senior partner, PDC. But the most important thing is you equated this to must mean that all our off-takers are taking their gas. How much we wish that is the case. Yes, we have a lot of off-takers. As a matter of fact, all that gas should go to nominated off-takers. But what I want to tell you is that none of them, none, is able or willing to take or receive all their nominated or contracted volumes. Now, to then your question about tons of money coming in, how I wish, the answer is no. And to the contrary, or rather what we have is tons of and piles of debt of unpaid gas bills. You remember that you can't produce gas and put it in a storage tank and wait for someone to come and take it. In virtually real time, you deliver gas to everybody who has opted to take it. So we are faced with substantial amount of debt. As a matter of fact, today, ND Western is owed 45 billion naira of unpaid gas bills from consumers. And if you add the 55% of the senior partner's debt, we are looking at NPDC as our partner in number 34 being owed another 55 billion. So you're looking at about 100 billion naira of debt for gas that we have delivered that has not been paid for. So to go on, yes, Moment 34 is very endowed. Gas will be our main source of revenue, but it can only be so if people pay their debt. We will continue because we know the strategic situation that Moment 34 is in. We are the main gas supplier to the Escravos Lagos pipeline. Our gas goes on to the West African gas pipeline to Ghana, the Republic, and other users in between. So we will just hope that our ability to collect our debt would improve over time. Now, then you went on to ask the other question. And the question was that NDP or ND Western was formed by 4 companies and that we're in joint venture with NPDC. And you talked about a facility of 1.5 billion facility for projects. The point here is that 1.5 billion is an NNPC fund, not NPDC. And knowing how large the capital expenditure of NNPC is, I don't know how much of that 1.5 billion will come to NPDC. And even when that, whatever it is that gets to NPDC, they have to share it amongst the kind of variety of partnership and projects that they have. So I can tell you, we will still depend on JV funding, and it will only be a trickle of this that will ultimately end up in NPDC to be used for Moment 34. But one thing I must say here is that Moment 34, because of its humongous gas potentials, we have surplus capacity to deliver even more gas than we're currently able to produce. So shall we spend more money, CapEx, to create additional capacity to produce more gas that nobody's paying for? It would take quite a lot of wisdom and consideration between the joint venture partners to justify such additional investment. But one thing that I can tell you is that, yes, NNPC has gone through this route. It's a creative funding, but if you look at where Nigeria is today, we need new capital. And you've heard the story, the presentation by Tunde Afolabi. If we're going to develop all the resources, proven resources, in all the spread of acreages, we need something like about $20 billion. So I would think that given the norm where we are, the pandemic, low oil price, if NNPC was able to arrange this kind of creative funding, let us give them some clap. But the most important thing is, how do we ensure that when this money eventually comes, if it comes, and I know it will come in trickles, that it be deployed to the best of assets that will guarantee a good return. And will Nigeria pay back? Yes, Nigeria will have to pay back this money. And I think that is where the prudent utilization of the funds makes the case to how we would ensure that we can pay back this money. The third question, which was, will NDP not go to the market anymore? The answer is no. NDP will ultimately find its way raising new capital from the market. The fundamental question will be determining when is the most appropriate, what form and where to do these additional capital raise. Now, to the next question, the long-term funding, remember, I am a very, very passionate believer that charity begins from home. I believe Nigeria is where Nigeria will develop from. And I have often said that Nigeria must look inwards. No one will help Nigeria to develop but Nigerians. And the long-term funding that I expect must be internalized. It has to come, and I'm glad that today raised the matter earlier on. We have often bantered about our belief that there's a need for a Nigerian bank, an energy bank. And he has been even much bolder today by saying how the initial structuring of the bank should be. So going forward, what I think is that we have to be very creative in funding, and it has to be internalized, as I say. As far as NNPC selling down equity in its JV, this is very, very welcome. And I think if you just take this as my own personal opinion, it is long overdue. And it is a certain way for the federal government to raise new capital from assets that it has. And then you went further, whom should NNPC sell to? Of course, I would advocate that NNPC consider selling to its trusted partners. And I say these, trusted partners, partners who could create value out of what they are giving. And there are a variety of partners, some doing well, some not doing very well. And this is where NNPC has to take and make its call on who it will sell to. And it has the right to sell to anybody. They can find the best and willing buyer, willing seller, whoever finds who wants to offer the highest price. But perhaps it should also, having found a very good price, offer the right to match that price to existing partners. Then you, again, I want to say that NNPC has the responsibility to get the best for its value. Now, you talk about NNPC propositions to smaller refineries. I'm a very strong believer that small is good. I would rather have 10 small working refineries rather than the very few edifices that don't work. So the way to raise capital, becomes something that is very, that ought to be very creative. And I think NNPC should be in that mode of thinking as to how to bring new capital. I think there was one other question, if I didn't miss you. Yes, if you remind me the last question, as a veteran, you said, for so many years, I lost.
Yeah, okay, Dr. Fatoma, thank you so much. We'll get back to that question. In order that we can conserve time, I'd like to move to the next panelist. So I'll get back to you with the question that you want me to remind you of. Thank you so much for these responses, which are very insightful. Let me go back. Let me go to NNPC now. Before we go back to and after which I will go to the gentleman who is actually the financier, who works in the stock exchange sector. Mrs. Eyesan is the Group General Manager, Corporate Planning and Strategy. So he's actually, the person who plans, and is at the very heart of NNPC planning, and that means at the very heart of Nigerian oil industry planning. Thank you very much for accepting to be part of this discussion. As the Group General Manager Planning and Strategy for NNPC, you have this bedside view. So the NNPC has been settling cash call arrears with its state partners over the last 3 years. That's good. It has a good image with lenders now, which is why you can raise money. But the challenges will not go away. And quite a number of people have asked you to sell down part of the equity in the joint venture to raise and conserve cash. Dr. Fatona has responded, from the private sector, what you should do. But is really, is that really what NNPC wants to do? Or are we, is NNPC kicking and screaming against this idea that, some of us are, insisting on? And then, I don't know whether, in terms of the kind of, Dr. Fatona has said that, the debt raising by NNPC with buyers of crude whose prices are uncertain isn't necessarily a tough call. But is that, in your view as a planner, a sustainable way out of this difficult economic situation? And from where you sit, as the NNPC corporate planning head, where does NNPC want to go in the next 10 years to mitigate the shocks of price volatility and deliver returns for the Nigerian citizen? Mrs. Eyesan, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akinyoshu. And my fellow panelists, thank you very much. I think this is really an exciting time for us, and especially in the heart of the pandemic. Very, very relevant topic indeed, because like you rightly alluded to, NNPC just achieved a major feat in the industry to raise a $1.5 billion facility. And maybe I should just step back a bit and give some context to the cash call arrears situation. You recall before up to 2015, NNPC was owing $5 billion, over $5 billion in cash calls. And there was this clamor for us to sell down our equity to repay our debt and supplement the government's budget. Of course, we had a deep thought in this. And again, if you go through Dr. Afolabi's presentation, that coincided with another dip in the price cycle. And when we did our analysis, it was obvious to everybody that that wasn't the right time to sell. Start with our partners to come up with very creative ways to get out of the debt, settle our cash call arrears, and then reposition ourselves for greater business. We went into several agreements with our partners, and they agreed to backstop incremental production to settling our arrears. And I'm glad to announce that as we speak, we are over $3 billion settled in our cash call position. That shows that the financing structure is working, and whatever measures that we have put in place is also working to give confidence not only to our partners, but also the financiers within and outside the country. So the question now is, we are here today, 5 years later, and I'm asking myself, is that question really still relevant, that NNPC needs to sell, given the fact that the argument started at the time when we did not have, we were not in a good place, as it were. So by and large, I would like to posit at this point that while we are open to creative ways to run the business, what is more pertinent to us is that we run the business efficiently and we ensure that we guarantee appropriate returns to our stakeholders, who not only are partners, but the entire 180 billion Nigerians. So we are not adverse to selling our equity, but we are saying that we will sell it at the right time, at the right price. And today, like Dr. Tunde had said, it's a difficulty for the indigenous players to go to the market to raise financing. If that is the situation, and Dr. Fatona's submission is that we sell to these indigenous players, you will agree with me that this is the wrong timing. So the question is, why change a winning horse? So if NNPC is getting it right, why don't you continue on that tangent? I believe that with all the efforts that NNPC has put in the last 1-2 years, we are seeing a lot of traction. We are seeing stakeholder confidence return, and we are seeing NNPC take real giant strides. Now, to lead to your question on how do we see ourselves 10 years hence, NNPC has been on a journey to become a world-class energy company. We want to operate in the space where, in quotes, the big boys operate. And in recent times, you've seen our efforts towards opening up the gas sector. A few weeks ago, we launched the AKK, we flagged off the AKK project. This is a major project that will deliver 2.2 billion scopes of gas to the domestic market, more than doubling our current capacity. We are also working on rehabilitating our refineries. And I must say at this point that from the lessons that we have learned from our joint venture, upstream joint venture arrangements, we feel that it's no longer prudent for us to do this on our own, to go into the gas sector solely on our own, and also to go into the downstream solely on our own. So we are very, very open to partnerships, and we are currently arranging several partnerships, both in the midstream and in the downstream space. So we see NNPC metamorphosing into a world-class company in the next 10 years, deepening our participation in the gas space as well as in the downstream. I don't know whether that answers all the questions. If not, we can come back later down the line.
No, so thank you so much. Don't come back. Let's resolve this one. I did ask about JV sell down, but what about refinery sell down? What about those pipelines that don't really function anywhere? I mean, that the private sector could probably do better with. What about the storage farms? I mean, storage tanks. What do they call them now?
Tanks.
Exactly. I mean, what about those ones? Isn't NNPC willing to do away with these things that are just refinery especially? Yes.
Like I said, we are open to partnership. So today the refineries are in deplorable state. We know that. And we believe that even if you was going into a partnership, at least you go into a partnership, with an asset that is valuable. So the plan is to rehabilitate the refineries, and then we open it up to partnerships. So like I said, we have taken lessons from the upstream, our experiences from the upstream, that we cannot do this alone. We need to partner with others. And we are very, very open to those partnerships. And I must mention at this point, to do the rehabilitation for the pipelines that you're referring to, we are doing a build, operate, and transfer. Thereafter, we will then, once the assets are in good form and shape, we will then go into appropriate partnerships.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Oyesa. Thank you. You please stay by. We will get back to you. That is NNPC speaking. So you heard it from the horse's mouth. I'd like to go to the financier, Mr. Charles Egbon. You've had the opportunity to evaluate investment opportunities in the upstream sector of oil and gas industry and compare these investing options in the industry with other sectors you've come across from time to time. The fortunes of the oil and gas industry have been in steep nosedive in the last 6 months, and crude oil prices are around 60% of what they were this time last year. If you want to advise a company which took $1 billion loan to purchase a shell asset at the time of high oil prices, and is servicing the loan now, and still has to invest in projects that will boost production and is facing challenges of pipeline vandalism and terminaling charges, what unique financing options will you provide for such a company or companies? And as a player in the capital market, one expects you are naturally a champion of E&P companies listing on the NSE. But even the most robust cash flush Nigerian-owned E&P companies who have exciting expansion projects going on are not coming to the stock exchange to raise money. At the most, they go to private equity. How do you advise them? Can you please frame the answers to these questions in 6 short minutes, please?
Thank you, Mr. Kiosha. I must also say that this is a wonderful opportunity to be a panelist at this occasion. Considering my experience, I haven't discussed, I met with a number of E&P operators in both the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. And I'm very much aware that funding has been a major challenge to this segment of the business. The time might not be adequate to do good justice to this topic, but I'll try to summarize as follows. I'll take the first question, which relates to the challenge a business is facing, related to the fact that they've raised funds a while ago at a high rate. They are faced with pipeline vandalism. And I think you mentioned the fact that the oil prices have also dropped. I think the basic thing such a company will really do first is to look at its capital structure to see how they can optimize the structures in terms of the current realities. Take, for instance, I want to believe, as at the time capitals were raised by the E&P, the organization, it must have been raised at a very high interest rate. So such organization is bearing so much interest cost in its book. But the current realities on ground is that rates have generally come down. So it might be a good time to refinance those kind of high interest loans that must have been taken a while back. That being said, such kind of organization also faced with the challenge of price volatility. Although there have been difficulties in terms of the demand also for oil products as it were now. But one of the good creative capital, we usually call it, which has been mentioned earlier, will also be to look at ways of having third-party financing arrangement, which basically might just be to finance its operational and working capital needs through things like what I would call maybe forward sales contracts, whereby, they guarantee prices, they agree on prices today for future deliveries, so that prices are hedged against, further drop in price. So such organization will look at those kind of arrangements as well, in terms of, optimizing its capital structure. Then on the second question, On the second question, which relates to the reason why, I think primarily you said the reason why a lot of E&P companies are still seeking private equities rather than come to the market. I think majorly there's a lot of knowledge gap between the capital market operators and the operators in this field. I'll give some instances. Basically, observation is that most E&P companies raise their capitals from banks. And most of these banks have limited their challenges in terms of, their balance sheet sizes. And the kind of capitals E&Ps need are quite so large, that's involving a lot of technicalities, which is why the ideas of a bank, specifically for E&P businesses is set up. I think that's a wonderful idea. But to raise money from the capital market itself, which is more sustainable than the bank with limited capacity, that's why most of the banks, what they do when they're lending to E&P is like a consortium of banks because of their limited balance sheet size. I think a lot of education has to go into place, and then most of the E&P organizations as well need to be well structured in terms of corporate governance, in terms of the kind of the teams. Raising of finance is a major business activities for E&Ps. So they must have strong corporate finance teams to guide them through all the necessary processes. And then the challenges, again, why they go to private equities, we could also, there's this assumption that the market isn't deep enough. But I don't think that is the current situation, because if we look at the current trend now, we could say, yes, the sentiment towards equities presently is negative, but the bond market has been quite active, especially in the short-term aim of commercial papers. A lot of commercial papers have been issued to support a number of blue chip companies, and most of these commercial papers are greatly successful. 100 billions, without mentioning names, some have issued over 100 billion, 150 billion. And the way this is done is to have what we call a shelf arrangement. So you have a project you want to do. You know that today you've calculated the amount of capex you need to say 100 billion. You to get approval for 100 billion, and because if you're not sure that the market can absorb that, you issue those, you raise the fund in series such that it's issued gradually over time depending on your need. So those kind of creative capital raising arrangements are what we are seeing now. So in terms of, and then we have a situation where a lot of institutional investors and clients locally are as well looking for opportunities, particularly for debt instruments to invest in because of the low interest rate, as it were. So I think and believe like the pension funds assets now as we speak is close to 11 trillion assets under management. They are looking for good blue chip companies with good corporate governance, good structures to put some of this money. And I think this will be a good opportunity for the E&Ps to seize and come to the market, pending at least when the equity bits of the market sentiments improve towards that. The debt market is there to raise this fund, which is cheaper and will provide, improve the financials of most of the E&Ps. Lastly, I think I hope I've covered most of the
you've covered everything. Thank you very much. You took a bit of time, but you're the financier. You're the, one person in the room whose business is finance. Thank you so much. Let me go to law. Let me go to the lawyer, Professor Ajayi. Can the production center? Okay, yeah, okay. So he's coming on. His video is coming on. And Professor Ajayi, you've been around for 40 years now. and you know that what we're discussing is both long-term funding and something that we haven't exactly taken care of since the panel conversation started, sustainability of the business itself. 2 areas of your 40-year legal advisory experience convinced us to ask you to be part of this conversation. Okay. Your M&A expertise in the context of the energy and natural resources sector and dispute resolution part of your experience. Some Nigerian companies have been struggling with debt servicing for a while, even before COVID-19 intruded. And given that Nigerian independents, as a rule, are averse to both listing and merging with themselves, what will be your lawyerly solution to reducing the debt burden to free up capital and to invest in the upsides of the business? The last speaker speaks of a bond, term papers, and those other kind of financing that don't show up in class when we're discussing economics. What are the most pressing issues in the legal framework? And this is really to your core practice that can be tackled to enable inflow of capital that would not otherwise have come. And what sort of legal environment should government provide to ensure business sustainability in this difficult environment? Or is the government already providing such legal environment? If we stretch sustainability itself to include host community challenges, security issues in Delta, what would you suggest we do differently, putting on your dispute resolution hat? And giving a swirl of debate around the energy transition, what is your outlook on the industry 25 years from now? Thank you, Professor Ajayi. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. That's quite a lot of questions. Let me start from where you ended, which is the outlook for the industry, given transition in the energy industry. I think the thing to consider is that in 20 years' time, Nigeria will be the 3rd largest country in the world in terms of population, and in 80 years' time, will be the 2nd most populous country in the world. So we do have energy needs. And as much as there's great move against fossil fuels, gas will continue to play an important part in our economy because beyond what we use gas and oil traditionally for, are many other things that come from that sector that are used in industrial combines, are useful in agriculture, and so on and so forth. So that's the first thing I'll say. But even beyond that is that if you consider our domestic energy needs, we just certainly need a basket of resources to meet these needs. The second question you asked was about host community and sustainability of operators in those regions. I think the first point to note is that as far as I'm concerned, government is the one that is lacking in responsibility. If government is government, we really do not need the oil companies to do all that they're doing. Now, every oil company is engaged one way or the other in a lot of corporate social responsibility. But what should we do? So let's assume government continues to be government and not doing what it's supposed to do. We can see with what is happening with NDDC in the public sphere that they collect this, huge amounts of money and they do not spend it on the people at all. So what do we have? We have a lot of tension, a lot of aggression, and I think that comes from education. So what would I spend money on? I think the first thing is education. We need to educate the people in the areas where we operate to ensure that there is a proper realization of the benefits of these companies operating in the areas and ensuring that the natural resources they have turn to opportunity and prosperity. Second is that operating properly, these companies would promote the local economy. So we need to emphasize education. We need also to ensure that we look at best ways in involving the rural communities in assessing what we spend money on. I'll move on very quickly because half my time is gone, is that what can government do in the environment in which we are? So we're in a COVID economy. Federal government set up the Economic Sustainability Committee. They've come up with the Economic Sustainability Plan, and they're doing a number of things. Have they done enough? I don't think so. CBN has said that the banks should look at restructuring loans in the oil and gas sector. But government just still has to do a lot more to ensure that business in this area remains sustainable. And we're talking of in terms of the legal environment. So the much awaited PIB just has to come to light. And we hope that when that comes to light, it will knock together into one whole lot the various pieces of legislation that we have that contradict themselves, that are inconsistent, and which create a lot of conflict. Operating in this sector, and I'll just give one example. So we have what they call the Factories Act, which is a law that is really directed against industries. But you find the Inspectorate Division of the Ministry of Labor coming to oil installations say, hey, I want to see your factory. But you know, an oil installation is not a factory. So we need to clean up things like that. And I think the PIB needs to go beyond what we're all focusing on and looking at all those laws that today inhibit the orderly progression of business, inhibit the investment by people in the business, and things that inhibit proper competition in the area. Next question, and I, tied to that, I've spoken about, the legal framework as a whole, legal landscape, is the attitude of the regulator. The regulator must see himself as facilitating business and not trying to make money for government, because what you find now is that we'll use regulation to make money rather than use regulation to move the industry forward. So there needs to be collaboration between operators and the regulators where we bring operators up to speed. And I'm happy that some regulators are listening to this webinar. And we need to work very quickly on how we deal with that. And the last point I'd like to talk about is a bit of the financing. So a lot has been said. I take a lot from what Chief Afolabi said. I think from what Dr. Fatono said, he's owed a lot of money by his buyers. Well, he needs to get into talking to his banks on, invoice receivables discounting. And it's something that used to happen a lot in the past. So he needs to look at a way in which he finds a friendly bank or a factor that will help in discounting these instruments, these invoices, to make sure that his own cash flow is improved. We need to look at restructuring the debts that are owed banks and restructuring the debts that are owed trade creditors, because from experience, our companies are owing a lot of money to the banks, owing a lot of money to their own suppliers. And again, these are things that we need to look into. Companies should look at how they will restructure themselves altogether to make sure that they operate a lot more efficiently. Some of the companies are not very efficient in the manner in which they operate. My 6 minutes is up, so I will
stop very much.
And
really, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Professor, thank you. Really do appreciate. At the point I wanted to come in and invite the regulator to speak, you decided to talk about regulators, so I decided not to cut you off. Thank you very much for this. At this point in time, let's go for a quick break and invite Engineer Serki Aulu, who is the CEO, Director of the managing director of the director of the Department of Petroleum Resources, for his goodwill message to NAPE at 45, as well as some kind of an idea about, funding. Yes. Engineer Awulu, please. Can we start the video for Engineer Awulu?
Okay.
Engineer Awalu Serki.
Yes, I'm waiting for the video if you are getting the audio. The video is yet to be released.
The production center released the video of Engineer Serki Aulu so he can speak. Can we have the video of Engineer Serki Aulu?
So let me just.
Since we can hear you, Director, maybe you go ahead. We're very eager to listen to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, NAPE. I would like to stand on the existing protocol. And I would like to thank NAPE once again and congratulate NAPE for this great milestone achieved once more. And it is indeed my profound honor and privilege to deliver this goodwill message to the esteemed audience of eminent industry practitioners. And these practitioners are illustrious, belong to this illustrious professional organization, that is Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, whose ideas help us to find oil and much more. I am particularly delighted to join you today and celebrate our industry leaders, founding fathers and veterans of the oil and gas industry who have contributed in no small measure to the body of knowledge in their respective fields of endeavor, and as well to the growth of the national economy and the world at large. On behalf of the entire management and staff of the Department of Petroleum Resources, I felicitate with NAPE on this auspicious occasion of its 45th anniversary and the first Akomeno Oteri annual lecture series named after the then young explorationist whose vision, which started with a gathering of only 10 people, that has grown into about 9,000 members strong association 45 years on. Times have changed ever since, but the core values and focus of this body has remained intact. From the rudimentary tools, techniques, methods employed by explorationists in the 70s to the advanced geological modeling software suite powered by complex computer algorithms. From the inaugural meeting of this esteemed association in August 1975, which could only have held in physical location, to the world of new normal, where thousands are gathered on this virtual platform to celebrate this day. In all of this, my assessment is that the ideals and values of this professional association had endured through the ages, a testament to the enduring legacies of our forebearers, which we are celebrating today. Permit me to say a word or two on the topic of today's lecture, that is long-term funding of E&P business in Nigeria, strategies for sustainability, which was eloquently tackled by special guest of honor, the keynote speaker and other distinguished participants. Government is committed to creating an enabling environment for business to strive and attract investment and funding for the Nigerian oil and gas sector, which oils the wheel of our economy and every other sector that we put to make our country great. I'm confident that sustaining This and implementing the strategies for far at this workshop will further strengthen our current drive to make Nigeria competitive as a top investment destination, especially for the EMP. Be assured that His Excellency, Mr. President, will spare no effort to ensure maximum benefit from Nigeria's petroleum resource for the 200 million shareholders and investors alike. On our part at the DPR, we are causing a paradigm shift and changing the narratives from being just a regulator to a growing as an opportunity house and business enabler. I can understand the last speaker ensuring that that regulators should be business enablers, and regulators shall be business enablers. So be it. We are business enablers because our licenses guarantee investment. Our permit enable company to participate, and there is no activity without our approval. So for us to achieve growth, we need to enable this business as we are so doing. So as a department, we will continue to collaborate with forward-looking industry associations like NAPE to drive sectoral growth, eliminate bottlenecks and impediment, and employs rules of general application to attract the much needed capital the industry require and leverage on its potential as well as the capacity we do have. To conclude, may we all reflect on the words of one-time President of the United States. I like to quote him. He said, as we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. This is J.F. Kennedy. So may we emulate the outstanding example of our industry heroes and rewrite our national history, striving to contribute our quota to the development of Nigerian oil and gas industry, and by extension, development of Nigeria in general. Doing so, history will always smile at us in the days and years to come. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and dear participants, once again, I thank you all, and I thank NAPE for the opportunity given, and God bless you, and bless NAPE, and bless Nigeria. Thank you very much indeed.
Let me just go. Thank you very much, Director, CEO, DPR. Thank you very, very much. We know you have a very busy schedule, and you have a couple of meetings to attend to. Again, we thank you for your time and the relationship we have formed thus so far. At this point, I'm going to hand it back to Mr. Tony Akiosho, a fellow of NAPE, to continue the moderation of the panel discussion on the long-term funding of exploration and production business in Nigeria, strategies for sustainability. Over to you, Mr. Tony.
All right, thank you very much, Publicity Secretary. We've spoken with the central planner of the NNPC. We've had a conversation with a geologist entrepreneur. We've had a talk with a financier, someone who works on the stock exchange. We've involved a lawyer in this conversation. Let's get back to a geologist entrepreneur. Let us have Mr. Austin Avuru to respond to some of the issues around long-term funding of A&B business in Nigeria, strategies for sustainability. I'd like for him to talk for 1 minute about sustainability of operations of the business today, tomorrow, and into the next 25 years, even before he starts talking about the financing, which is, of course, part of sustainability. Now, about funding, are the current funding methodologies by NNPC sustainable? And what about the current funding arrangement of the companies, the IOCs in Nigeria and the indigenous E&P companies who are growing their portfolios and capturing more of the total share of the Nigerian production? Are there things they could do better in terms of raising finance? And what does Mr. Aburu think about the concept of an oil and gas, bank in Nigeria? And then one key area of funding in any way is conservation itself, is prudent management of resources. So when NNPC says it wants companies to spend no more than $10 in producing a barrel of oil, what does that mean in terms of production challenges from the companies that themselves operate on the ground, of which NNPC itself is a partner? I mean, probably 90% of the companies that actually produce crude oil and gas in Nigeria. And then what is your take on the M&A in the industry? And NNPC has just told us this morning that they were not ready to divest. They want the time to be right. Is that the right messaging? And about long-term funding, the ANO project, which is a CEPLAT funded, has been funded upfront largely by equity injection, and laterally by debt. So right now, ANO is being an equity funded project so far, and debt hasn't come in. Is that the way all projects should go in Nigeria? Mr. Austin Aburu is a seasoned businessman who has only just recently retired from a company that he co-founded 11 years ago. And he retired on the day that he spent 40 years working in the industry from the day he started from NNPC. And welcome, Mr. Austin Aburu. I would like to share your thoughts. Happy birthday in advance.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Toyin, and thank you, everybody. So I'll take advantage of the 6 minutes allotted to me to actually address a number of key issues raised by Chief Afolabi in his presentation. And in addressing them, I will actually be addressing the questions that you raised. You look at Chief Afolabi's presentation, particularly the graphs on capital spend, even when you raised the question about how he couldn't understand why, in spite of the yo-yoing of oil prices, we have had high oil prices, but we have seen a steady decline in production in Nigeria. Take a look again at that graph. 900 million barrels a year in 2010. It's an average of 2.46 million barrels a day. In 2010, by 2019, we're down to 700 million barrels a year, which is an average of 1.9 million barrels a day. Even more worrisome, if you take away some 700 million barrels, 700,000 barrels a day, from that figure of 1.9 accountable by deep water, you find out that our traditional terrain, which is to do that 2.2 to 2.4 million barrels a day, is actually down to just about 1.1, 1.2 million barrels a day. That's a huge decline in production over the past 20 years. And that is accounted for by the poor capital allocation over the past 25 years. So we've been on cruise control, producing what we found, apart from new production that was developed in deep water. In the traditional terrain in the past 20 years, we've been on cruise control. Very little capital allocation to new finds, little capital allocation to exploration, and little accretion to our reserve growth. And that is very worrisome. And so that then brings us to how do you fund operations? Again, look at the view graph I showed you about the multinationals versus independents. And that tells you exactly the way the capital structure is in the typical oil and gas upstream business. You saw in that graph that the multinationals, they don't go to the bank to borrow to drill wells. They don't go to the bank to borrow to produce. So they have enough capital allocation out of the free cash flow deriving from their business to fund ongoing operations. And that is the general strategy in the oil and gas industry. So Equity contribution and cash flow from operations are the things you require to fund your ongoing operations. Debt funding only comes in for startups, like you're starting like you just bought an asset. Yes, you need debt funding to start up. For growth, if you want to embark on a major growth strategy, debt funding can help you support that. And then for acquisitions, you mentioned M&A, debt funding can come into that. But in either case, once either you've done an acquisition or your growth has been executed or you are a startup, over a 5-year period, you ought to stabilize your business in such a way that cash flow from operations plus any additional equity injection is what you require to fund your ongoing business, drilling wells, increasing production, and so on. So which is why you find out that the huge debt overhang you're seeing today with banks funding oil and gas, that debt overhang is not with respect to Shell or ExxonMobil or it's with respect to startups that are independent. So unfortunately, it has stayed much longer than it should have because I've been caught now in 2 waves of low oil prices and I've not been able to extinguish that debt. So in summary, what I'm saying is the funding pattern in the industry is once, other than startups funding growth or funding acquisitions, your business is supposed to be self-funding. Okay, so you should run your budget in such a way that you're either accreting cash for reserves or you're at least cash neutral. And that is why, again, as you asked, so if you sell $40 oil and you take out 20% as royalty, you take out another 30% as costs. And that cost is a revolving thing. That's the point I'm really trying to explain. That cost is a revolving thing. So if you receive those cost elements, that's what you're supposed to plow back in doing the business going forward. And then you get your margin, and then what goes to government, as government margin. Now, on the other hand, government itself that receives its own share of costs and also its margin ought to keep away that portion of cost to continue to fund. So if they also show responsibility, just the same way as the partner, the NNPC JV partner, keeps his own money and is able to fund the share of operations, if NNPC keeps his own share of costs that he recovers as ongoing free cash flow, he should be able to fund the share without going into this whole backlog of $6 billion that I've been trying to pay back. So as Mrs. Ayeso said, what we need is not necessarily NNPC selling their share, even though we'll be happy if they do. But what we need is an efficient JV where both partners are able to fund their share of operations from cash flow generated from operations. So you don't have to wait to either borrow or go and ask government to fund the payment of a backlog of cash calls. I just needed to put that in perspective so that when we are talking about sustainable and long-term funding, and I'm saying it comes from the cash you are generating from operations, which is why you saw in Chief Afolabi's presentation that every time you have very low oil prices, the cash generated from operations becomes low, and then you cut costs. And the first to suffer is exploration and capital spend. You then coast until just produce what you already have, which is why we have now seen such a decline, very steady decline without a hump, from 2.5 million barrels a day to the 1.9 million barrels and still declining that we have today. So that something has to happen. And the only way that you can then reverse that trend is to pay attention to what NNPC is saying. We have to go back and address the cost element because it's a zero-sum game. If you have a $40 barrel and if your cost is $25, after paying royalty, if you after paying 20% royalty, you have only $32 left. If your cost is $25, there's only $7 available to allocate to every other thing. And therefore, you won't find the cash accretion that you require to fund huge projects going forward. So in a low oil price regime as we have now, we don't have the luxury of $120 a barrel, as Chief Afolabi showed. And you saw during the period of $120, I said there was enough cash available from operations and we could fund heavy capital projects. Today at $40, $50, we must address the cost element, otherwise there'll be nothing left. So if you are speaking about sustainability in funding, you must cut that $40 pie in such a way that there's fund available from that same cash to fund operations. And the only way to do it, we can no longer sustain $25 oil. We have to return to, $10 to $15 total cost of operation. That way, out of the $40, $50 oil, after paying royalty and you take out that cost, there's still something left, and you can do capital accretion that can then help you, cash accretion that can then give you money for sustainable funding. And everybody talks about reducing cost. I don't see that we have sat down to look at the elements that have led us to this $25 cost of operation. First, security. Security and all the elements of security and all the padding of costs related to security. If you address security issues alone in Niger Delta, that account for about $12 per barrel in all its ramifications. Whether you're talking about pipeline security, whether you're talking about terminal security, whatever. When you look at all the ramifications of security, or even your vendors and the additional security to bring services to you in the field, all the ramifications of security account for about half of this cost. So that must be addressed. If that is not addressed, we're wasting our time. And then evacuation, all the pipeline evacuation tariffs and costs associated with them. Some people are paying as much as $8 per barrel in evacuation. If you address those critical issues, so it's not the core operation itself, drilling wells and producing and capital spend, those are not the critical elements that have contributed to too high a cost in the industry. It is these two issues, security and associated issues to security, and then evacuation issues. When we address them and bring down our overall cost of operations to somewhere in the $10, $12 range, then yes, operators will have enough money to service their debts. They'll have enough money to build up a reserve for further spending going forward. So that addresses your issue about sustainability, your issue about how an NPC can fund itself, raising capital. It's only, as I said earlier, that's only relevant to either a startup, or you want to fund growth, or you want to fund acquisitions. Otherwise, raising capital doesn't even arise at all, because your free cash from operations is what you're supposed to be employing. Now, finally, we're talking about M&A in the industry. It's supposed to be when you have situations as we have now, mergers and acquisitions are supposed to be a natural fallout. Unfortunately, in this environment, mergers and acquisitions are, I don't want to use the word driven, they actually stopped, not driven, more by ego and ego-related issues than anything else. So, because ordinarily, an operator with a healthy balance sheet, strong cash reserves, healthy balance sheet, and there's another operator with huge reserves, very good subsurface, the subsurface elements, good reserves, good production capacity, good facilities, but doesn't have the cash and balance sheet, that would have been a natural merger. And between both of them, they will accelerate production because one has a strong balance sheet, one has the reserves that the one with strong balance sheet is looking for. And we have such candidates all over the place here, but you won't see mergers and acquisitions because our businesses are driven more by ego. So if Austin Aburu's company attempts to merge with Tony Akinyoshio's company, Tony Akinyoshio will first see Austin Aburu. Why does he think he can buy me out, or what does he want to do with me, rather than looking at the fundamentals of the business? But I think we'll get to a point where everybody is pushed against the wall, and between the banks, lenders and providers of capital, they will come into the table, and these mergers and acquisitions will eventually be instigated by circumstances and not by voluntary action, just as we saw with banks that crashed from 126 banks to 24 banks because these things will naturally happen. So my answer about mergers and acquisitions is that it's not going to be a friendly union of different companies in any merger, because our environment naturally doesn't promote that, unfortunately. But I think that when creditors and providers of funds push everybody very hard against the wall, you are going to see some mergers and acquisitions because there are natural matches between those who have good assets and those who have good balance sheets. And that's normally what should instigate a merger. I would just say a few words because you mentioned the ANOH project, yes. And that's a project, Seplat, and those days I used to say we, but now I've retired from Seplat, even though I'm still on the board. So I would say Seplat and not we. But that's a project, very proud of. We're in partnership with NNPC. So when you say that a lot of the equity has been provided upfront, that is equity coming from the same NNPC that people are vilifying as if they don't pay their costs. I mean, a $700 million project, $420 million upfront, 70% or 60% of the total cost provided as upfront equity. And the $210 million of that equity belonging to NNPC has been provided by NNPC, and Seplat has provided its own counterpart. And that's why with all these crises, whether lower oil prices, whether it's COVID, the project has not been affected. It's still targeting first gas, at the end of next year because of the way it was structured. So again, it's about capital structure when you're developing any oil and gas asset, whether in the upstream or in the midstream. Where does equity come in? Where does debt come in? Where does free cash from operation come in? And when you balance that properly in your balance sheet and going forward, this whole story about funding will normally not be a problem. What you find as key issues with big companies who know what they're doing is about how do we allocate funds each year. That is, capital allocation. How much are we spending in exploration? How much are we spending in drilling? How much are we spending in operations? How much are we spending in new projects? But the issue is never how much are we going to borrow because we do not have money. No. So you have a basket of funds generated from your efficient operations, and year on year you allocate these funds to different projects in different categories of priority, with a view to ensuring sustainability of production and sustainability of the life of the company itself. Those are the words I would say in my 5 to 6 minutes. Thank you.
Late. I mean, we have quite a number of questions and answers. Thank you, Mr. Avuru, for that very insightful 7 minutes. I like to go back to, not that I like to, I have to go back to the financier in this case, another financier, Professor Uchenna Uwaleke, he's been everywhere. He has a fairly wide sweep of scholarly studies of the finance sector, including fraud in banks, SME fighting. He's been there, done this. But this is exploration and production, not downstream. And what I'd like to find out from him are his perspectives on how E&P companies, Nigerian-owned, can navigate innovative ways to fund their projects. Mr. Avuru mentioned some of those things, but that's coming from the business operator himself. But if you're working from the outside, you probably might see some of the things that the business operator himself is not seeing. So how do these companies keep production on when they are not making the kind of money they were making before the current crisis? And what is your view of sustainability? What does sustainability of a business mean to you? Niger Delta environmental issue, community challenges, host community challenges, climate change and the shift to alternative energy, persistent lower crude oil prices, NNPC's overbearing bullying, undue government taxation. I mean, these are some of the things I'd like Professor Uwaleke to address in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Over to you, Professor Uwaleke.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
Good afternoon, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Tony. May I adopt the existing protocols already established?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, if you permit, let me start this way. The industry, no doubt, is in very challenging times, made even worse now by the COVID. Reading the forecasts by the IEA and the EIA, World Bank and the rest of them, we are not likely to see oil prices returning to pre-COVID levels anytime soon. And that has also been captured somewhat in the medium-term expenditure framework of the government. The medium-term expenditure framework 2021 to 2023 has projected oil price of $40 per barrel So that gives an indication of where oil price will sit in the coming years. And this is also made worse again by the if you like, the tax regime. Hello, am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So I was talking about the oil price, and oil price, as you know, is one metric that affects virtually the entire economy, including the capital market. And that's why even now, going to the capital market to raise equities or bonds may not appear too attractive, because the oil price is also impacting the capital market. And of course, we know that the traditional source of funding for the E&P companies, that is the banks, the traditional source bank loans are drying up. They're drying up again because of the harsh environment that the banking system is operating. A lot of banks today are risk shy, and because of that, they are conscious about the quality of their assets, conscious about not carrying too many non-performing loans. We know the central bank has a threshold of 5%, and many of them already are operating above that. So banks are loan shy, at the moment. If you also take into consideration the tight monetary policy that is in operation at the moment, banks are being encouraged to lend to the real sectors of the economy, and these real sectors don't, if you like, include for now the oil sector, again because of the high risk that we'll find there. The central bank has increased in March increased the cash reserve requirements for banks. So that has also tightened liquidity, for the banking sector. So essentially, bank loans are becoming a lot more difficult. The same with other money market instruments, that were previously in place. So the option at the moment would appear to be the capital market, where companies can also go to raise equities and or bonds. But as I said earlier on, again, this is also one market where the COVID is also impacting negatively. So going to the capital market will now mean, first of all, exploring instruments like rights issues where you try to raise funds from existing shareholders. And for the bond market, it's also possible to raise bonds, particularly the convertible bonds. Now, I listened to Chief Austin talk about whether it should be equity or whether it should be debt or whether it should be cash flow. There is no doubt about that free cash flows, internal sources remain the best where they are available, especially during this period of economic hardship. But where they are not available, it's rather than think equities or think debt, the company can also think of a mix of the two. And I also heard him say that for startups, debt is what is recommended. But that may also be a difficult thing to come by for startups right through the value chain up to the expansion. For E&P companies, equities, remain a safe bet. So I will recommend equities. I will recommend bonds. I will recommend rights issues, placement, during this period. I will also recommend, in particular, Islamic financing options. Of course, the federal government has already led the way by issuing Sukuk infrastructure bond. So oil companies can also explore the possibility of using Islamic, some Sharia compliant instruments to raise funds at this period. So a good example is Sukuk. I'm also aware that particularly in the Middle East, that there are some banks in the Middle East that also enter into one form of contract or the other that are Sharia compliant. So oil companies, E&P companies should explore the possibility of utilizing the Mudaraba and Sukuk in their funding, to meet funding challenges. Chief Austin has also mentioned it, alluded to it. At a time like this, companies should put on their thinking caps and come up with creative sources. These creative sources include one of the things he has mentioned, which is the mergers and acquisitions. He has also said why mergers and acquisitions, have proved will prove difficult because of the ego thing. But it's an option that should be explored. So I am supporting mergers and acquisitions this period. I'm also supporting divestment. I did a hypothesis. If you read theories of finance and hypothesis, you must have come across my hypothesis, Owaleke ECH hypothesis of capital structure, economic cycle hypothesis. My economic cycle hypothesis is simply saying that in a period of recession, that
Hello. Okay, we seem to have lost the professor here. Let's move this along very quickly. Professor, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for sharing insight.
This is also the time using COVID-19 as an excuse to refinance. The good news is that the central bank has provided forbearance to banks to enable them restructure and refinance obligations.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. I mean, you've done 8 minutes already. Finally, I'd like someone to wrap up, a professor again, and a professor of geology, round and round geologist, Professor Charles Ofue-Egbu, who is a former vice chancellor, is current professor of geophysics and director at the Institute of Geosciences and Earth Resources, National State University. So, Prof, can you help us, look at everything that everybody has said and sort of summarize, given that
Hello?
of knowledge.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, Prof. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just saying that you're rounding up for us before we take the questions from the floor. And basically, I'd like for you to look at human capacity development and utilization in the context of funding. That's really the question for you, Prof. All right, so you have the floor.
Yeah, we do have the floor.
Are you okay, Prof? Just go ahead. Yes, sure.
Not hearing.
You cannot hear us? Hello? We can hear you. Just go ahead. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm not hearing you.
Oh, you cannot?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Prof.
This one was so loud before.
What's the meeting there?
Professor, hello, Professor Ofue-Egbu.
Prof, can you hear us? We can see you and we're hearing you.
I think he has challenges with his Hello. Okay. Let's take some questions while Prof is setting up properly. So there have been quite a number of questions from panelists. One question that stands out is one from Mr. Nedo Osayode, fellow of NAPE. Why? Hello,
Yeah,
Prof.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, you
I don't
can.
know.
You can't. Can we go for? I mean, Professor, can you hear me? Okay, so why don't we just go? I mean, as I was saying, and this is for Dr. Fatono and Mr. Charles.
The sound is coming.
Hello. This question from Mr. Osayode says, why do private sector want government to set up a bank for them? I mean, if you really can capitalize the bank, I mean, you can. I mean.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead, Prof.
Hello.
Can you? Oh, no.
Hello.
We can hear you. We've always heard you, and you can't hear us. So what?
Hello.
We've always heard you.
Prof, can you hear us? We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Everybody has been hearing you. Just go ahead.
Prof, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, I can hear you too.
We can
go
hear
ahead,
you.
Bobby. Yeah.
Go ahead. We are really running behind schedule.
Okay. So, well, because I didn't know what questions were directed, I would just generally now speak. You know.
No, the moderator wanted to do a summary based on everything you've heard.
Yes.
Okay, let me just do a summary now. Well, regarding the keynote, the lead lecture, the long-term sustainable funding of EMP business, as he rightly said, some of the issues, the problems we face is fluctuations in price, which has in the last few years been very epileptic. And the price fluctuations affects mostly the IOCs to some large extent are already fairly stable from their global operations. And these price fluctuations they still continue the operations. But for the independents and the indigenous companies, the price fluctuations literally, not just in Nigeria, even in other countries and other emerging fields, destroyed business and retarded their activities and led a lot of them to debt. So many of them could not even service funds they received. While the IOUs have funds they can dip hands into and operate, the independents have to depend on loans and facilities from banks that are not forthcoming. And then the sourcing of funds is a problem. It's easier for banks to give out funds to IOCs or give out funds to other, but for independent, that this are party about, especially, this Nigerian company, why? There's also some political end to it. Why encourage people to even move? Some of us faced it when I had a break from my normal job to get into EMP business in Kenya, places like Kenya. You'll be surprised that some of the IOCs will set roadblocks on the way for you to sourcing of funds and what have you, and the like, and you end up trying to make you dispose of the assets. Yes. Then coming home, we need to look at the fiscal regimes. The fiscal regimes and policies must have the deliberate intent to encourage indigenous active participation in the industry. The current fiscal regimes as we have it and policies are not very friendly. So are not as friendly as we would want it for local participation in EMP industry. Independent companies have done very well. They still do not have the level of global level playing field that would be expected, especially in a country like Nigeria. The way forward, again, is that these companies, the independents, should also begin to look at renewable energy, because whether we like it or not, fossil fuels are gradually becoming a problem. And at renewable energy, emphasis on gas, begin to divest and move into gas. And then emphasis on oil and gas should to some extent be moderated while we move forward towards energy. Sustainability, the crash in oil prices, from 60 to 20, like has been said already, the funding problems, and then the problems being faced by the independent companies. The government of the day, the government needs to work with central bank, get the central bank to modify the fiscal policies of the banking fiscal policies also to enable these banks have a bit more attraction towards oil and gas E&P companies. So there must be a deliberate policy to work out means of keeping business, keeping the independence in business, or otherwise in the next few years, we may end up not having any of them in active business. And then the licensing, the oil and gas bank we've talked about, rather we should be talking about oil and gas and the energy bank, who must look towards the future and not look only at the present. And then, so the issue of bank, will it be a government-controlled bank, or else it will end up like a BOI or Bank of Agriculture or Bank of Industry? The capital requirements for oil and gas bank or energy bank, whichever we want to call it, is quite huge. It's not like a bank for industry, for small-scale industrialization or agriculture. Remember, a typical deep water well is going to cost you almost $100 million to drill. And at the end of the day, developing and production is quite huge. So that this bank, we must be sure we have adequate funding for it, or else it will just be existing name and not in action. And then one more way of sustainability is to look at social corporate, the corporate social responsibility. It leads to stability of environment and sustainability of our environment, as well as encourages and attracts external investment, because what is going on now is that a lot of companies are paying lip service to social responsibility, and therefore you have the instability like you have in the Niger Delta, and it's coming even into Anambra Basin now, where the operating companies care little less for their social, the responsibility they owe the society. So we need to do this, and NAPE has a key role to play. NAPE must advise its members of this. Then the crux of the productions we are producing in the universities cannot in any way be regarded as being trained. Most companies are spending so much retraining our graduates for nearly 18 months, 18 to 2 years, for them to even be able to identify simple aspects of geology, which a year one student in the past could do. Today, we have graduates that have been turned out. The current capacities of the universities have been exceeded. I have visited a university during a visitation panel where we saw about 200 students in the year 2 level with only 10 microscopes. How then can you train such, how can such people come out and say that geologists? Well, that's what we're getting, and that's what we're investing on. So we must have a way of looking at our curriculum. The curriculum must be tailored to meet the needs of the industry. Some of us had the misfortune of even being involved in administering curriculum, which with our subsequent experience, we find out that it doesn't meet the requirements of the industry. We need to look at that. My colleagues, I'll tell my colleagues not to mind, accept the responsibility and realize that yes, mistakes have been made in the past. Let's correct these mistakes. Let's change our system and make sure if it's only 10 graduates in geology, but it's producing, let these 10 geology graduates be really 10 graduates. If it's only 2 in SOCA is producing, let these 2 be truly trained geologists. Let's rationalize. We need to rationalize our departments and our institutions and know those who have the right manpower, the equipment. Some people were generating MSc holders in geophysics. Most of the departments don't even have a magnetometer. They don't even have a gravimeter. Some of the graduates, MSc graduates in geophysics or PhDs in geophysics produced in Nigeria today have never sighted a magnetometer, have never sighted a gravimeter, have never operated one. Let's face reality. Let's face reality. We need to rationalize and decide on how many and what we're doing.
All right. So thank you.
Finally, I call for proper, networking between the institutions and also networking between the industry and the institution of learning.
Thank you very much, Prof. Really do appreciate, yes.
Thank you.
There are quite a number of questions. Prof has raised one, which is why depend on federal government to trigger or sponsor the proposed energy bank? This is from Mr. Nedo of the FNAPE. If such a bank makes commercial sense, private capital can fund it. It can start with NAPE planting the seed, however small. Prof just said, that will be a very heavy capital-intensive bank. So which of the panelists could handle this? Dr. Fatono, Mr. Charles Ebonwo, and Mr. Austin Aburo. These are businessmen and financiers. So I start from Dr. Fatono. What's your response to that question?
Well, thank you very much, Toyin, and good afternoon, everybody. I don't think there has been any sacrosanct statement as to who should capitalize the bank. I think Afolabi's big shot in the dark was that in anticipation that this is going to be a deeply capitalized enterprise, perhaps he was suggesting that government should take the first shot at it. But I must tell you that going from the antecedents of how we have done our business, I think this idea of an energy bank will be better nurtured if it is the ownership of it and the growth of it from concept to project should not be nurtured by the industry. And I think this is about the best time when the opportunity arises and for very strong indigenous players to first of all start this enterprise and solicit for additional capital from very strong and willing investors.
Okay. Mr. Charles Lebon. Hello. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, go ahead. I mean, what's your take on an oil and gas bank or energy bank?
No, I absolutely share the same opinion with Mr. Fatono, who just spoke now. I don't believe that government should really be involved in any business. They should just serve as regulators for anything. To avoid all those, especially in our environment, to avoid all those issues of those bureaucracy that comes with it. So if we really want the bank to be in place, it should be funded by the sectors, by the operators themselves who understand their challenges and the business they intend to do perfectly. That's what I think should be the case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chief Afolabi, please. You have, because you didn't quite expatiate on. You said the panel would discuss it. Are you still around, Chief Afolabi? Okay, he's no longer around. Let's go to the next question.
I was going to take a shot, Toyin, at this energy banking.
Okay, yes, I wanted you, but I also thought.
Because I think really, just as both Dr. Fatono and the last speaker said, that government should stay away from capitalizing a bank and calling it an energy bank. It will go the way of every other government bank. But I think there's an energy bank in the making if we're serious. All of us operators today contribute 1% of our budget to a fund that is currently run by NCDMB. We're watching that fund is gradually growing, probably have over $200 million. By whatever means, I don't know how they do their evaluation, but they're already putting in funds in some midstream businesses, refineries, $10 million here, $5 million there. Again, NCDMB is a regulator, it's not a business entity. Okay. There is legislation in the pipeline trying to increase that contribution from 1% to 2%. Over the next 10 years, you could easily have over $1 billion in that fund. You don't need much more than that to capitalize an energy bank dedicated to funding, particularly the independents who are the contributors. So this is contribution from the industry, and we should utilize it in setting up a bank that understands our funding needs and understands the risks, and therefore can do proper assessment before they give out loans in this industry, so that capital injection becomes a revolving fund, so you don't give out loans to people who cannot pay back. So my point is, we already have an energy bank in the making, which will yank out that fund from NCDMB and ask the industry, even if you increase the contribution to 2%, but over a limited time, so over the next 10 years, that becomes the contribution that is required to capitalize an energy bank, properly run by the private sector and regulated by the central bank like any other bank. And then we can have a place to run to if you need quick capital to do projects in the oil and gas industry. Government shouldn't come in, we're already making that contribution, and that fund is growing, it should be taken away from NCDMB.
Yeah, Toyin, you hear me?
Yes, okay. Yeah, sure. We can hear you.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't know how I was taken off the system. And my video is also off right now, Tony, if you don't mind to turn it back on.
Okay.
So the whole idea of setting up this energy bank is well articulated by Austin, right? Which, is that our current bankers, right, local bankers, have less knowledge of the workings of an independent oil and gas company. Their mainstay is funding, receivables, right? But when you go to them to say you'd like to do a development project, all right? What they do basically is to put shackles around your hands and your legs, that every penny you bring in goes into the account, and then you have to go and beg them to get your money out, which basically means that they do not understand the industry as such, okay? Now, an energy-focused bank would not have what they call the proverbial allocation to a sector, all right? It will be 100% focused on oil and gas, all right? And if you look at the amount of money, I'm not saying that this bank, will fund all of the projects that are being done by the, independents. But, in the last 5 years, the independents have raised more than 10 billion, if not more, $10 billion, all right? Most of these so-called, local banks, are not that capitalized, all right? But then, it makes the aggressiveness of the independents that much more possible, because they know that they have a source that they can raise money. And the idea is just to throw out what we're doing right now. Discuss it, debate it, and see whether, the marginal field or indigenous program took almost 5 years to materialize. So if we start talking about it today, maybe before I'm 75, we'll probably find an indigenous or energy bank, right? Now that I have you guys online, right, the mergers that we've been talking about is not an M&A where I come and buy a company. The merger is an association between companies that have common interests. And, I'll give you a very good example, right? About maybe a year, 2 years ago, I called Lai Fatono and Austin Aburu and said, let us sit down and talk. So if you look at the assets of AMNI and the resources that he has, Niger Delta and the resources that he has, and Seplat and the resources that they have, right? If you put them together, it is bigger, it is bigger, than, now, today. So this is a way, all right, of, it's a merger of companies that have ideas. I would rather own 1% of 100% of a functioning company than 100% of a zero growth company. And, of course, as you get older, you know that you cannot run around, chasing money anymore. So you find people who are extremely competent that can run it. So we become directors on the board of a mega company that can go to the stock market and raise any amount of money that they require. That is the merger, all right? And I don't believe, Austin, that you need to wait for banks to force that merger, right? I don't think
I'm all for that. I'm all for that, Chief. I'm very happy with that discussion.
You agree that I've called you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You agree that I've called you, right?
Yes.
It's not because I was getting old, but it's because I knew that for us to have the reach to do the kind of acquisition or merger, assets that are available on the market, we can just go to the, all right, we combine all those assets together, form one mega company, all right? It's still a Nigerian company, all right? So how long that takes, God knows, all right?
Okay,
so this is that, I am talking about. The bank is not necessarily one that is owned by the government.
Okay.
It's not going to work. But owned and subscribed to by the indigenous companies. And like Austin said, the platform is already created, which you can build on. So guys, Thank you for giving me the opportunity to go back on those two issues.
Thank you so much, Chief. A quick one. There's another question here for NNPC. Mrs. I hope, okay, yeah, Mrs. Aison is still around. She says, this question says the refineries have been prostate and epileptic, funding their revamp, because Mrs. Aison said we will now need to revamp them before they start. Not likely in the short run to be available. I mean, funding their revamp will require huge financing, not likely in the short run to be available to NNPC, with lots of other competing needs in the industry. How long will the prostate refinery sit on the portfolio of non-performing assets of NNPC? That's the question from Dr.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to say that to the contrary, we are already making very good progress in raising financing for the refinery. We are currently in discussion with Afrexim. Lukoil is also showing very keen interest, and we will be raising about $1 billion from Lukoil. And there are also Nigerian banks who are shown very keen interest, and we are looking at $500 to $1 billion from even the Nigerian banks. So for us, the financing, we don't even see as a major challenge. What was the hindrance was trying to get the revamp strategy, trying to get the ORBs to come back on the table. But we've gone past that level, and we are now working with very competent EPC contractors, and that's the strategy we want to run with. So the revamping the refineries, like I said, it's not going to be that much of a challenge going forward, because we are back on course, and I think we are making good progress so far.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The last question. The last question is.
Sorry, Mr. Toyin.
Yeah, sorry.
I know you want to take a lot of questions.
No, just one last one. No, I'm not. I'm not more.
All right, boss.
Just one last one. The last
Okay.
question is this comes from a certain Ifeoma Okeke. She's asking the offtake problems and challenges currently experienced with buyers, and the fact that there are limited buyers in the mid to downstream space. What is the company, and this is, I'm sure is referring to ND Western, doing to stimulate credible downstream demand and ensure payment of gas debts by off-takers? That is the last question, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tony. Thank you very much. The market would gradually correct itself, if I can say. Over time, there will be no space for people who continue to take your gas and don't pay. As a matter of fact, whether you like it or not, as a producer, and you need to remain in business, you will sift out those buyers who constantly take your gas and persistently don't pay you. So once you have credible off-takers who are providing you good instruments of payment, you will certainly be preferentially allocating gas supply to them, as against to giving it to traditional off-takers who don't pay. So the market would self-improve itself over time.
Okay. Thank you very much. This has been
moderator. Can I say the final words, Professor Waleke?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for thanks for the opportunity. Yes, I agree with the Energy Bank idea, but it's also important you look at the CBN Act and BOFIA Act to see that it's possible to set up that kind of structure. The BOFIA has something to do with single or obligor limit. So it's important to also take along those laws while thinking about the Energy Bank. The other issue has to do with the tax regime. The stakeholders should continue to work for a tax regime that is competitive, that is attractive to investors, such that if we are comparing with other jurisdictions, whether Ghana, Mozambique, or Angola, ours is a lot favorable. I'm speaking with respect to the Finance Act. The Finance Act, the amended Finance Act has, of course, revoked the withholding tax on dividends that investors used to enjoy. Now it's being introduced. So the tax regime in the industry is also important. There is this other, the deep offshore and basin, inland basin production sharing contract that's now requiring a royalty of 10%. So the entire tax regime has to be looked into, and it has to be favorable. And finally, I want to submit too that the stakeholders should continue to ensure that the petroleum industry governance bill is assented to, because that is what has provided for the unbundling of the NNPC. It's important that that national petroleum company is taken to the stock exchange. Some of it is taken to the stock exchange, because that will open doors for independents too to come to the stock exchange to raise capital. As we speak, market capitalization is still low compared to the funding requirements in the oil sector, and for the market capitalization to increase, for that capital market to be in a position to fund the oil and gas sector, NNPC has to open the path, has to come and be listed to also enable independents to come and raise funds. Those are my final thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will be all from us. We thank everybody here.
Sorry, can you speak up, sir? We can barely hear you, sir.
No, this is all. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just faint.
Okay, I'm just saying that this is all that we're wrapping up with the panel, and we're handing over to you. I thank everybody who's been present. Mrs. Einson from the Central Planner of NNPC, Mr. Austin Aburu, 62 next tomorrow. Retired MD Seplat, thank you very much. Professor Koyi Ajayi, Dr. Lai Fatono, Professor Walike, Mr. Egbonowo, and Professor Charles Ofuegbu. Thank you so much for the wonderful session.
Okay, but before everybody goes, please can everybody put up their videos. First thing first, thank you, Mr. Toyin Akeosho, for the great job you've done. We will leave it on gallery mode so we can see all our panelists. Mr. Toyin Akeosho, we need to thank you, our geologist / journalist extraordinary. We really appreciate what you've done today. We may have spent more than an hour, but I believe it's an hour that was well spent. The conversations today, I believe, has started the conversations for even bigger things. It's clear that the National Oil Company is set not just to lead by example, but also to demonstrate by implementing what they are talking about. So I think it is news now that downstream they are looking at funding some things and going into partnerships that will result in serious learning from lessons learned in the past, and getting funding to the downstream. The conversation around an oil and gas bank clearly is something we're going to move forward with, and we might probably have a position on that in the future. Like Mr. Austin said earlier on, it is clear that if you're running a very efficient operation, then invariably you shouldn't be looking for cash. So you should be thinking about cash when you're thinking about either an MCP or an M&A or a new field development. So the conversation so far has been very enlightening, and we really do appreciate all of you. At this point, on behalf of NAPE, let me say we thank you for your contributions. We thank you for commemorating with us on the 45th anniversary of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists. Some of you are past presidents, some of you are fellows. Chief Tunde Afolabi, this year marks 20 years when you were president. So it tells you, our founding member, Dr. Lai Fatono, we thank you. We thank everybody, both NAPE members in spirit and physically. We thank everybody. At this point, can we take a commemorative picture? Our production team is doing that, of the entire panel. The president is also there. My president, do you want to just say a quick word to our panelists, sir? My president, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes. On behalf of NAPE Executive Committee, I want to sincerely, from the deep of my heart, to appreciate each and every contribution made for this wonderful occasion, from the keynote speaker to the panelists. We have picked quite some fantastic things we were not even thinking about, which will take us to the next level in our subsequent discussions. And I'm happy to announce also here before we even round up that some of these things will remain on the bouncing burner until we see them happen using our think tank committee within NAPE. We appreciate individual and collective contributions. We're very proud of each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So at this point, before we jump to the next thing, I almost forgot. On Thursday, we're going to be having conversations directly focused on physical terms, generating new physical design to support the oil and gas industry, and this will be led by the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources. So some of these conversations already we're going to be following up next week, Thursday. Having said that, this plaque that you see is just to, we're presenting it to our moderator extraordinaire, Mr. Tony Akioshi. I hope you can see the plaque. Your name is on it. The fellow of NAPE, over 3 decades of excellence in the subsurface and energy correspondence. Dr. Lai Fatana, that's your plaque. Again, thank you, sir. Our founding member, past president also. We also have Mrs. Yaima Eyeson, the Group General Manager, Corporate Planning and Strategy, NNPC. And next is for the Professor Uchenna Uwaleke. Next to that, we have that for Mr. Ostinavuru, or Dr. Ostinavuru, recently retired but not tired, former president of NAPE, Mr. Charles Ebunowa. Thank you very much. Professor Koinsola Ajayi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you. I'm Managing Partner of Olaniwu Ajayi. And finally, but not the last, Professor Charles Ofeebo. Thank you all for your contribution. All right, so we're moving to the next section of the events. It's my distinguished honor to invite a 30-year experienced geologist, a board member of COMENG, a chairperson of the Women in Geosciences and Engineering, the current president of AAPG Africa region, the first president of the first female president of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, and one of my personal mentors, Mrs. Ade Doja Ojelabi, fellow of NAPE. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Latif. A rebirth is a new beginning, a revival. 4 years after the Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists began, the energy began to wane. But as petroleum explorationists, we all know how difficult it is to put out hydrocarbon fires. The embers were still there, flickering. A popular African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. 3 young geoscientists, Bayo Akinpelu, Lai Fatono, and Jide Agbabiaka, fanned the embers and they came to life. And under the presidency of Jim Orife, the society was reborn in 1982 as the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, NAPE. From one meeting room in Lagos, the NAPE rebirth has expanded to include over 9,000 members who are situated and practicing globally. Now we have chapters in Lagos, Warri, Benin, Port Harcourt, the Uyo, Calabar, and the UK Europe chapters. And NAPE has had conferences in Abuja, in Lagos, and in Port Harcourt. Our partners across the world include the world's largest geoscience societies like the APG and EAGE, national and multinational companies and independents. It has been my personal privilege in my professional journey to work and interact with the great men and women of vision who have sustained the association in the past 45 years. As an energy professional and as the first female president of this association, I have stood on their shoulders and keyed into the vision that our ideas find oil and gas, the energy for the world in which we live. From humble beginnings, NAPE's voice and its people are now influencing public policy, whether it's on marginal fields or local content. And NAPE's promotion of geoscience is expanding knowledge of the oil industry and supporting lecturers, students, and research while forging strong industry-academia partnerships for the benefit of all of us. Our annual conference attracts global players, and our technical sessions are a celebration of the human mind and cutting-edge technology. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege, therefore, to bring to you today the story of NAPE's rebirth. Please watch the documentary and let's walk together to see how far we have come. Thank you.
There's never a victory without a battle, and the young explorers hit a storm merely 4 years into their voyage. Many who had set sail with them abandoned ship, and it seemed their expedition was at an end. Nonetheless, thanks to the tireless efforts of a trio of fellows fondly called the Three Musketeers, Lai Fatono, Bayo Akinpelu, and Jide Agbabiaka, the society overcame a 3-year hiatus and underwent a transformation. Thus, in 1982, under the presidency of Mr. Jim Orife, the society was reborn as none other than the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, NAPE for short.
My name is Lai Fatuna. I'm a geologist, and I am, as I often describe myself, an entrepreneur geologist per se. Studied geology at the University of Ibadan, worked in Shell, then went into what I would call pioneering efforts.
My name is Jide Agbabiaka. A geologist by profession, trained at the University of Ibadan, out of where I graduated in 1974. The rest of my career has been in the petroleum industry.
My name is Bayo Akinpelu. I was Director for Government Affairs for Chevron Nigeria Limited in Abuja.
My name is Mavoye James Orife. I'm a geologist who started his career in the industry as a petroleum engineer in Shell BP. I joined NNOC that came before NNPC in the year 1972 after leaving Shell.
Well, I think basically that flame was very mutual, but I would ascribe it more to Bayo Akinpelu and Jide. They had passion and they had this connection. They had this aura of let's get something done. I would say my willingness to flow along was more by the infection of the passion of those two other people. But Bayo stood out as a very deliberate and significant arrowhead, for the new organization.
More of a collaborative thing that stemmed from the fact that, first of all three of us were from different companies, and we all shared the same values, the same ideas, the same thoughts with regard to how we want to spread the technical and technological aspects of our activities in the industry. And so with Dr. Ako being the lead initiator of the society, as we grew into NAPE, the so-called Three Musketeers essentially were like the engine of building the blocks on which NAPE sprung following the SG&G.
I am the third president of NAPE in 1984. As a matter of fact, I convened the meeting that resurrected the SGGL, which later transformed into NAPE about 1980 or thereabout.
Some of the members of the association, which was Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists, came to me after I had finished my tenure as president of the SPE in 1982. A couple of them, of which two stand out very seriously, like Dr. Oguyemi and also Mr. Tele Adedokun. There was a third person whose name I don't recall very well, but there were a good couple of them. And it was because I had an experience in running an international society, which was the SPE then.
4.5 decades later, that geological group of 10 has expanded into about 9,000 individuals and 100 corporations, making NAPE the largest professional association of petroleum geologists and related disciplines in Nigeria and Africa. Gathering in numerous chapters based out of several major cities in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, NAPE members share one clear vision: to be the preferred professional petroleum geosciences association with a global reach. Geologists, geophysicists, academicians, CEOs, managers, consultants, students, they all unite with one mission: to promote the study and practice of petroleum geosciences for the benefit of members and other stakeholders. Never one to rest on its oars, NAPE undertakes its mission with passion, diligence, and a commitment to excellence in all of its endeavors. From business networking workshops to monthly meetings and continuing education programs, NAPE strives to promote the development of technical and leadership skills. Its activities transcend the business sphere, delving into philanthropy with efforts of its budding foundation and diversifying into the media with various publications, including the NAPE Bulletin, Business Bulletin, and NAPE News. An affiliate of the American Association of Petroleum Geologists, NAPE's annual international conference and exhibition attracts the creme de la creme of the oil and gas industry, national policymakers, international affiliates, and young professionals. Instituted in 1991, their pre-conference workshop was specifically designed as a well from which to dig up ideas that can help improve the government's policies in the upstream sector of the oil industry. All too aware that the youth are the future of any nation, NAPE has deliberately invested in programs for young professionals and students with diverse summer schools, geoscience boot camps, its university assistance program, as well as the visiting geoscientist lecture. The association now boasts over 24 student chapters and takes pride in the scholarships awarded to outstanding geoscience students. NAPE bestows a plethora of awards on deserving individuals, both members and non-members, in its bid to constantly recognize and celebrate excellence, diligence, and outstanding service. The association's most outstanding and dedicated members are crowned NAPE Fellows, while NAPE's highest award, the Arrett Adams Award, is bestowed upon deserving earth scientists of any nationality in recognition of at least 15 years of distinguished and outstanding contributions to or achievements in the sciences and practice of petroleum exploration and exploitation in Nigeria. While these passionate petroleum explorationists have defied the odds and systematically built a legacy of groundbreaking ideas that turn leads into prospects, the Napé story is incomplete without mentioning two happenings around 1989 that cemented its status as an influential government advisor on policy. They are an appeal and a paper. The passionate appeal went out from Napé's then president, Laide Adegbola, to Nigeria's Minister of Petroleum at the time, Jibril Aminu, imploring him to adopt policies that would unleash the entrepreneurial energy of Nigerians and mobilize domestic venture capital for active exploration and exploitation of our petroleum resources. Barely 10 months later, the Nigerian government delivered 12 new concessions to 11 indigenous E&P companies in the Niger Delta, an unprecedented event in the nation's then 35-year history of oil discovery. As for the groundbreaking paper, it was invited by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and was riddled with innovative ideas on statutory control of the oil industry in Nigeria. Not only were most of the ideas adopted by the Nigerian government, the issues the paper raised then remain hot-button issues in the Nigerian oil and gas industry today. From influencing policies of the nation to professionally channeling the skills of its youth, Napé's impact is undeniable. But beyond their potency as an association, several past presidents and members of Napé are individual forces to be reckoned with in the oil and gas industry. They include a former GMD of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, the CEOs of 5 of Nigeria's top 20 indigenous oil and gas companies, the head of the largest independent homegrown oil and gas E&P company in Africa, and MDs of various international oil companies. Less than 5 decades after its inaugural meeting of 10, this dynamic group of earth scientists called Napé has become the key policy think tank for what is potentially Africa's largest hydrocarbon industry. How did they transition from being an unknown society to being a renowned association? They determined to take the uncommon road and sail upstream, and so became a rare breed of 5-dimensional explorers. 1. Consummate professionals who hold themselves to the highest standards of conduct in business and personal matters. 2. Team players who chose to work with their predecessor, the Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society, rather than compete against it. 3. Change agents, several of whom have become key administrators in Nigeria's Ministry of Petroleum Resources. 4. Exceptional explorationists who have perfected both the science and art of hydrocarbon production. And most importantly, number 5, generous geoscientists who go above and beyond making a living to making a difference. For almost half a century, the Napé expedition has weathered several stormy seas, including critical naysayers, fluctuating oil prices, and a global pandemic. Yet through it all, its stratosphere of influence only continues to expand. What began as a spark in the heart of one man is now a global flame passionately burning from the heart of Africa. Indeed, what was once a hopeful slogan has become a laudable, indubitable, incontestable fact, and each member of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, with head held high, can confidently say, "Our ideas find oil and gas."
Wow. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the evolution and rebirth of Napé. And going through the history and annals of history, it becomes more and more important to understand the journey and understand what the future holds. Without much ado, because we're really pressed for time, it is my honor to bring and introduce a very interesting character in the oil and gas industry. He directly can be held accountable for mentoring and training more than 100 individuals in the oil and gas space. Some people call him father of Nigerian oil and gas industry. We just call him Mr. Abiodun Adesoya. Please welcome the former president and fellow of NAPE, Mr. Abiodun Adesoya. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Latif. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my president, the executive of NAPE, the past presidents of NAPE, other distinguished members here present. An honor to be part of this program, the 45th anniversary of what used to be the Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists, later metamorphosed into the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists. A number of distinguished individuals were there at the beginning of this wonderful association. And I'll mention their names, and as those names scroll by, you please help me appreciate them, even though we can't have a standing ovation to collectively together. As you know, the number one member is Oteri Akomeno Ulaya Egbe Jerome, doctor. You've seen him already in this program. He carries with him the 1975/001. That's his membership number. He's closely followed by Dokun Olong Tele Alabi, Mr. Everybody knows Mr. Dokun very well. He's always very present in all of these associations programs whenever he's in Lagos. We have Dr. Abuhu Akoyobike, who delivered one fantastic lecture a couple of years ago on the frontier exploration efforts in the Chad Basin. He's number 3. Then we have, I'll just go ahead and mention Mr. Gunjuligbe Akin, Richard Adelu, Mr. Sego Kweku, Mrs. Folorunso Ogunsami, Mr. Osford Daminabo, Mr. Jonas Odocha, Mr. Kate Kitchener, Femi Akimade, Dr. Ebiomashola Felix Moloku. These are members that have distinguished themselves variously in their different endeavors. We have Dr. Chinwuba Ikwako, Mr. Cyril Odu, Mr. Egri Efelto, Dr. Joe Edezawe, Mr. Ejo, Mr. Gini Game, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Adebayo Lawal, late Bayo Lawal, Mr. Dan Obueke, Mr. Edmond Davis, Robert Halsey, Mr. King, Mr. Mbat Afan, Mr. Fanire, Mr. T.C.I. Matthew, Reverend Precious Omoku, Mr. Moshe Amechi, Mr. Goke Aremo, Mr. Nwaneri, Timbers Oyibo, Mr. Lassen, Mr. Emeka Orihe, Mr. Chidi Mba, Mr. Anthony Okonkwo, Mr. Flory, Mr. E. Okonkwo, Mr. E.C. Adwaka, Mr. Nweke Ephraim Umeadi, Mr. M.A. Adebo Adeyemi, late, Mr. J.O. Agbelese, late Reverend Olu Oshewa, Mr. Ekene Funa Odua, Mr. G.I. Awolowo, Mr. A.K. Bafe, Mr. Jumbo, Mr. Akinoshinobi, Mr. Lozier, Mr. Chikenwanko, Wale Ario, Mr. S.G. Manos, Mr. Babajide Agbabiaka, whom you've seen severally today already, late Chukwuemeka Ikelianwu, my boss, my former boss, Pastor Dan Ndefo, my boss as well, H. Norman, Mr. Belgam, Mr. Reed Philip, Mr. Ibe, Mr. Kinyede, Mr. Jola Osho, Mr. Onigwe, A.W. Ogundele, late Dr. Olusegun Agagu, former governor of Ondo State, Mr. James Orife, Mr. Akinwale, Mr. Shegun Akinwale, Felix Ibunam, Kano Kano, and Dr. Lai Fatono. These are the founding members. Some of them are alive, some of them are passed. May the souls of the departed rest in perfect peace. But these are the people without whom, who are the foundation members of this illustrious association, and we owe them a deep debt of gratitude. Thank you very much. So in continuation, I will now introduce Mr. Gilbert Odio, who will be presenting the awards. Some of those names are read that are around. Mr. Odio.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, please.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon. I can hear you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I must say I'm thrilled to be part of this, though I'm far away and I have been a part of NAPE for quite some time. So I'm not going to waste time. We will go straight to the awards, which is to recognize the first set of people who actually responded towards these trophies that we're going to award today. They are not the only one, but they responded to the award request and others. So can you put on that picture of the first 6 or so? Yes. So we're going to recognize the first ESCO, which is made up of the first president, Dr. Akomene Okuteri, FNAPE, Chief Chambali Oyibo, FNAPE, as vice president, General Secretary, Jonah N.K. Odocha, and treasurer was Folosho Ogusomi, FNAPE, and the editor was Moses O. Krager, FNAPE, and the assistant secretary, Dr. Akbo Awu, FNAPE. These are the first 6 to receive their trophy this morning. I will call on the director of DPR, who will hand out the trophies to these gentlemen, these ladies and gentlemen, so that hello.
So, Mr. Gilbert, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
And we can see you loud and clear.
Okay. So
we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I was saying that they should put on, let's see, I've introduced the 6. So I've also called for the director of DPR, who is going to make the presentation of the trophy to the first 6 awardees.
Oh, No, it's the group managing director, sir, of the NNPC.
Okay, she's here.
He's here.
Please let me make a correction then. I'll call on the group managing director, Kelly, to make the awards to the recipients. Thank you. Are we proceeding with the awards?
Okay. All right. Can we have the awards on the screen, please?
Hello?
Mr. Melekiari, we can hear you and we can see you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for taking me back again. And
yeah. Sorry for the hectic transition.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, I was on transit.
Okay, sir. You are on now, sir.
Thank you very much. It's my honor and pleasure to hand over the commemoration and gratefulness plaque to Mr. Komeno Terry, our founding and past president of the association. Thank you very much. And also to my boss and mentor, Mr. Chamberlain Oibo, fellow NAPE, and also one of our past presidents and my boss also. Thank you very much, sir. And to Mr. Jonas Odocha, my Oga and my mentor also, thank you very much. And it's my honor to hand over the flag to you, sir. And to Mrs. Folusho Winshomi, we learned from you, one of our very great predecessors and mentors, and thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to hand over the flag to you too, madam. And Mr. Moses Krager, the husband to my boss and my mentor, and it's my honor and pleasure also to hand over this flag to you. Thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Dr. Powo, my boss and my mentor, we learned immensely from you. Thank you very much. It's my honor and privilege to hand over the flag to you too, sir. Thank you very much. It's my absolute honor and privilege.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. I would like to call on the remaining awardees to be projected so that we can call on the DPR director to give the awards.
Mr. Gilbert.
Yes.
DPR director.
Oh, it's not there?
It's not going to be available.
Let's Melekiari continue.
Yes, our fellow and ranking member of NAPE.
Who is that now? Who is going to do the award?
Yeah, we'll stay with the GMD, sir.
Okay then, thank you. Okay, can you put me back? Okay, good afternoon. I landed the DPR director, so I'll please call on the GMD of NNPC to please come back and complete the award. Mr. Melekiari, please welcome back.
Thank you very much. I'm here. I'm with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, please complete the awards. I'm sorry, I thought the the DPR director was around. No.
It is a very rare privilege.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our mentor, and also to my honor and privilege to hand over the flag also to Dr. Lai Fatona, excellent G&G scientist and an excellent manager of our resources, one of the leaders of our joint ventures. Thank you very much, sir. It's my privilege. And also to Mr. James Orife, our mentor, our predecessor, and also one of our great leaders of NAPE. Thank you very much, sir. It's my honor and privilege to hand over the flag to you too, sir. And to Dr. Ebi Omashola, thank you very much, Doctor. We learned greatly from you. We were inspired by your earlier statements in the day, and we'll do everything possible to hand over this baton to these younger people who will do great. And thank you very much for your service to NAPE. And to Mr. Joseph Adewa, thank you very much, sir, fellow NAPE. It's my honor also and privilege to hand over to you. Thank you very much, sir. And Babajida Babiaka, thank you very much, sir. It's my honor and privilege also to hand over to you. I've learned greatly personally from you. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Alotule Dokum, thank you very much for serving NAPE and the G&G profession. It's my very big honor and privilege to hand over this flag to you too, sir. Mr. Kanu, my Oga and my friend, thank you very much for serving the G&G world and also our NAPE. And it's my honor and privilege to hand over this flag to you, sir. Mr. Ndefo, thank you very much, sir. Remember, I have worked with you, and it's my honor and privilege to hand over this flag to you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Mbat Akwan, our Oga and our mentor, thank you very much, sir. It's my honor and privilege to also hand over this flag to you too, sir. And Dr. Kilia Kuevko, thank you very much for serving the G&G profession and for serving this great organization in a very, very many different ways. Thank you so much, sir. To Precious Omuku, thank you very much, Presido. Thank you for serving NAPE. And it's my honor and privilege also to hand over the flag to Mr. Precious Omuku. Thank you very much, sir. And to Mr. Moshe Amechi, thank you very much, Mr. Amechi. Remember that I've worked with you. Unfortunately, it's also my honor and privilege to get to hand over this flag to Moshe Amechi. Thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Olabike Aremu, thank you very much for serving NAPE and the great G&G profession. It's my honor and privilege also to hand over this flag to Samuel Ayo, also to Chief Samuel Ario. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Adeshogun Akinwale, thank you very much for serving this great noble profession and for serving NAPE. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Adeshogun and Albano, Mr. Rihe, thank you very much, my Oga, for serving this great profession. Christopher Njoku, again, I hand over this plaque to Christopher Njoku. Thank you very much for serving the G&G profession and our great association. Mr. Adebayo Akinpelu, Vice President, thank you very much for serving this great association. It's my honor and privilege to hand over this plaque to you too. Chibakim Ogunjulube, thank you very much for serving this great profession, and thank you for also serving NAPE in particular. Thank you very much, sir. Chief Olukpemi Akimade, thank you very much for serving this great profession. It's also my honor and privilege to hand over this plaque to you. Mr. Felix Moloku, thank you very much for serving this great association and this noble profession. Thank you very much, sir. It's my honor and privilege to hand over the plaque to Felix Moloku too. Mr. Adebayo Lawal, my Oga, thank you very much for serving this noble profession. It's my honor and privilege to hand over this plaque to you. I met you in service too.
All right. Let's. Sorry, my GMD.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We would like to showcase the video of trophies that celebrates our founding members and founding fathers in recognition of their outstanding contribution and the construction of this foundation and legacy we all call NAPE. Okay, I think the video was cut short, but that's okay. Before Mr. Gilbert goes, Mr. Gilbert, thank you so much. Our past president, the fellow of NAPE, I think the president of 2004, 2005, the first regional deep water conference that was held by NAPE, also a past president of the African region of the AAPG, and a director of Nigeria Depository Data Repository. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert, and I hope you're having an excellent time in Houston. Now, it's time we move to the next section of the event. It's my pleasure to call upon our president-elect. She's leading the charter in terms of innovation. She's pushing NAPE into the future in terms of virtual events and leveraging technology. It's no other than Mrs. Patricia Uchobu, my president-elect. Are you there, ma? Good afternoon, ma. Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am. Okay.
Good afternoon. Yes. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and I can see
you. All right.
you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am so delighted, so pleased to be making this vote of thanks. I wish to thank every one of you who has given up of your time, your data, your intellect to come celebrate with NAPE as we mark 45 years of our founding. I actually would like to appreciate the committee who have done an excellent job of putting this together. Doris Akpova and your team, I am so grateful for all the efforts that you put into this project, and the results speak for themselves. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And all the panelists, the keynote speaker, all participants, people who have connected with NAPE from across the world, different time zones, and you just have the passion and the love for NAPE that has made this happen. I am very grateful. Also, finally, I want to thank all the sponsors of NAPE from 45 years ago to now. Even in this year that is most challenged, we still see your hand of fellowship and the way you are helping us to make sure that our programs go ahead without any break in transmission. We are very grateful. Thank you. God bless you. Goodbye. Back to you, Latif.
Okay, thank you very, very much, ma. In fact, I can't wait to see the next thing you're going to bring. And I saw what you did there by thanking all the sponsors. We need every one of them this year. It's a challenging year. It's one of those years in which we have to put our best foot forward, continue to showcase that we are going to be pushing the envelope in terms of showcasing opportunities for the industry, building the appropriate relationships between different stakeholders, ensuring that we are the platform of choice where conversations that has to do with the deliberate solutions to solve pertinent problems. And if there's any time that we need all stakeholders to be aligned, this is the time. And NAPE promises to be that platform for you to leverage irrespective of where you are on the value chain, even moving down to mainstream and downstream. NAPE will be here for you. Having said that, it's my privilege to call upon the Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, Mr. Abiodun Ogunjobi. Mr. Abiodun Ogunjobi, are you there, sir? Mr. Abiodun. Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, good, because the system was rebooting. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you on this August occasion. And before we go, we would like to leave you with the following announcement that we have as an association. The first of it is that the NAPE webinar series continues, and coming this Thursday, we are having another webinar, and the topic is on a fiscal regime design, government revenues, and investors' interest in Nigeria oil and gas sector. And our Minister of State, Chief Timpe Silva, will be the guest speaker at that occasion. It's coming up on the 28th of August, 2020. And the time is 11 a.m. West African time. So please keep a date as we join us in this, our webinar.
I've turned them on.
Okay, thank you, Latif, for bringing it up. So it's coming up on the 28th of August, 2020, 11 a.m. West African time to be precise. So please keep a date. Registered on the Zoom webinar link so that we can have access onto this platform. We move to the next announcement that we have. Our 30th annual international conference exhibition is coming up, and for the first time, we'll be going virtual. NAPE is going online for the first time. It's going to be an exciting conference, and from the experience that we have gathered in our series of webinars, and especially going by the event of today, you all agree to me that it will be an event to look forward to. So the conference theme is on accelerating growth in Nigeria hydrocarbon reserves, emerging concepts, challenges, and opportunity. So this event is coming up from the 15th to 19th of November 2020. It's an online, so please let us take the opportunity to log on to this event as we invite the exhibitor. The exhibition is already open and is being taken up. So we invite all exhibitors to take advantage of this platform. It's going to be the largest online gathering, as experience have shown from the various webinars that we have had in the past. So we invite our distinguished corporate members to take advantage of this exhibition platform. And the speakers are also being invited. The technical papers will be exciting, and we also create the opportunity for interactions and networking. So please take advantage of this program and log on when the time comes. Next, please. Our monthly technical presentation continues. Even in the emerging challenges, NAPE has continued to keep the pace. So coming up on August 19, next week, Wednesday, by 11 a.m. West African time, we are going to have another exciting moment, speaking on geological purchase modeling, why should we care? And our speaker is from Total, is Eri Tawile. He's a geophysics and geology manager on the Egina GSR project for Total E&P Nigeria. So it's an opportunity to also share our idea together, for which NAPE is known for. Please let us take note of that date, August 19, as we have our monthly technical meeting. So thank you very much. I feel that is all we have for you today in terms of announcement. Latif, over to you.
Oh, thank you very much, my Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Abiodun Ogunjobi. Now, it's my privilege to invite our President, Mr. Alex Taka, to honor some of our guests of honors and special guests. Over to you, Mr. President.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay, once again, I want to especially appreciate my GMD, the GMD of NNPC, very long friend, colleague, very busy, and yet creates so much time for NAPE. GMD, sir, we appreciate your time from beginning of this event to handling of so many awards. Starting with the gift for my GMD, a distinguished fellow of NAPE. Can the plug be projected? Okay. GMD, sir, on behalf of the Executive Committee of NAPE, we want to appreciate your time for being a part of the success of the 45th anniversary of NAPE. We appreciate your past support and present. We'd never take any aspect of this for granted. On behalf of the NAPE Executive Committee, I want to present this plaque, being a special guest at this event, the first Akomeno Oteri Annual Lecture, which discusses the long-term funding of E&P business in Nigeria. So strategies for sustainability. We thank you. We present this as a token of appreciation for your time and contributions to NAPE. Thank you, sir. Secondly, the second guest of honor, the Director and CEO of DPR, Engineer Serki Awalu, MNSE. Director, we appreciate you for your love and time for NAPE in spite of the crowded schedules. On behalf of the Executive Committee, I present this plaque to you in appreciation for your support to NAPE at all times. We continue to call upon you from time to time. Thank you, and God bless. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Chief Tunde Afolabi, MFR, FNAPE, a past president of this great association. So in spite of the time difference, you've made out time to be with us and to present a very topical paper that is going to lead to so many things after this event. Once again, on behalf of the Executive Committee, I present this plaque to you in appreciation for the keynote speech presented at the 45th anniversary of this great association. We appreciate you now and always. We thank all our special guests for making time to be a part of the historical moment at this very celebration. Time will not permit me to say more. We appreciate each and every one of you. May God bless you. Have a blessed weekend.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now it's my singular honor to invite the beginning, the source rock. At the beginning of the conversation, I stated my NAPE membership number, 1796, and the year was 2008. But there is history before all of this, which is not 1975-0001. The first president of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, the person that actually started the concept and idea, whose concept of idea has turned to an association of over 11,000 members, including student members, associate members, and corporate members. As we speak, we are on our 38th annual conference, going to the 39th, and we're going to have our first virtual conference. It is my singular honor, like I said earlier on, to bring on board virtually Dr. Akumenu Oteri, the first member of NAPE and first president of NAPE. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, or good day, because people are all over the place, and some might still be in their morning, some will be in the evening.
You are globally correct, sir.
Yes. It's my greatest honor and privilege to give this vote of thanks on behalf of the founding fathers of NAPE at the end of this fantastic and illuminating lecture delivered by Chief Dr. Tunde Afolabi, and ably supported by a team of panelists who added a lot of insight and vibrance to the topic. Let me start by thanking the special guests of honor, the GMD of NNPC, the director, CEO of DPR, who have taken their time to be at this occasion and spend so much time, and also have helped NAPE over the years. Also, we want to thank the chairman of this occasion, who seems to be wearing two hats. Hat of being the vice president in 1975-76, and being there all through the 45 years he's been there with NAPE, with just a few times off, unlike someone like me who left the industry. And though I still have, the industry has been with me, and I've been with the industry, but I left for the water industry. But Chief Oyibo has been there all the time, giving support whenever it's needed, and chairmaning this occasion. So we also want to thank you, and also the special guest speaker, who also from his CV is actually past president, very active past president. Recently, he organized the past presidents when we did one of our own to be relevant to the occasion and come together. And he gave a very stimulating speech, and we want to thank him for it. All the panelists, again, some of them who you will call NAPE. If you want to call people NAPE, you have to think of people like Dr. Fatono and Avuru. They sleep NAPE and they wake NAPE. So, but they are members of the panel, and they brought a lot of drive to the topic, and also other members of the panel. Then the NAPE president, the president-elect and executive committee for coming up with this idea of honoring us. It's not something any of us expected. And we want to thank you for it. And also the organizing committee, who have been very professional right from the day they came to interview us. They showed professionalism, and a lot of them were even people who were coming in to who were volunteering their time and effort to help organize this fantastic program that we have all witnessed. Then, of course, we want to thank NAPE for honoring us. We also thank the men and women who have worked behind the scene in NAPE, those in the office. NAPE over the years has grown from being run by the secretary of NAPE. We have people who have been there, and I remember people like Aki Ogunjulugbe, who I think was the first full-time director of the office. He was my classmate at Ibadan, and we have all been there. Then also the late Ain Bangbe, who was also a classmate at Ibadan, who was in the office, Mrs. Goya, Mrs. Adeni, and others, and even up to the gate men. There are those who keep NAPE ticking all the time and doing what it should do, and being a professional society like its peers like AAP, GSCG, and all that. And we also want to thank them for what they're doing. The members of NAPE all over the years, the past presidents, the members of executive committees, the membership, those who volunteer their time, students, and all those who have been part and parcel of NAPE, we want to thank you, and we want you to carry on the banner, as some of us are on the edge of leaving the scene. There was, during this period, a testimony which I won't relate all of it, but this was of a person who was a student over 20 years ago at IFE, and he got to NAPE conference. He met one of the exhibitors, became an intern, later on went to start working with the company, and for 20 years plus, is now heading the African region. And that is thanks to NAPE. And he acknowledges it and likens NAPE to, and the founding fathers and all of us, to people who lighted the lamp and made it available to others. So we should all continue lighting and fanning the light of NAPE. Before I end, I want to also remember some of our members who have gone to the great beyond. They did so much for NAPE when they were alive, and we want to tell them how, tell their relatives, their families, that we haven't forgotten what they did for NAPE. They will always be remembered, just as when we pass, we will also be remembered. So I want to thank all of you on behalf of my colleagues who you have honored, and just as we have been honored, and my prayer is that you will be honored in your own time. Thanks, and God bless. God bless NAPE, God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Akomeno U.J. Oteri, Fellow of NAPE, first NAPE President, NAPE 1975001. It's been my privilege and honor to be the master of ceremony of this event, this virtual event. This is the beginning of a series. This is the first Akomeno Oteri annual lecture series. I am certain for those of you who started with us and participated and listened to the keynote address, the panel conversations and discussions, a lot has been said and shared. It is clearly the beginning of a lot of conversations that we need to get to the end to move the industry forward. I cannot ignore the statement by Dr. Ebion Moshola and how he coined the name Nigerian Association of Petroleum Energy Scientists or Geoscientists. What will the future hold? I am not worried about the future because the foundation in which we are sitting on is absolutely solid and absolutely compacted. It is clear to see when you look at the repository of legends in our portfolio. My name is Abdul Latif Amodu, NAPE Publicity Secretary 2019-2020, and I'm very happy to have been the master of ceremony. I thank you all for following us through this virtual events, and we look forward to other successful events. Thank you very much and have an excellent afternoon. Have a good day.